Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight is one of the village people.
You got it!
And the other village people.
Hello.
In Green
And the
Line.
seemingly normal one out of the group.
All
by
right.
comparison.
Yeah, so Randy said he's going to be late. He'll probably join us. It's going to be an interesting show. Once again, I have not actually brought up
The doc. Or
That's
any
right.
links or
I got
articles.
I got it.
On a totally unrelated subject,
Stay
Happy
fucking
Daddy's Day, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, see,
Oh.
even your dog wishes you happy
Yeah,
Father's
I was going to
Day.
say, you can hear he's already protesting. All right. Let's get started, everyone. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to go to ocapodcast.com/support, where you can fund us various different ways, including directly or through the OCA podcast Patreon, which is a great way to let us know how much money we'll have to operate with at our massive deficit, or the Subscribe Star, or the Ko-fi. All right, let's get right into the show. I don't want to do these ad reads anymore, or whatever you call these, begging sessions. Anyway, I'm going to make an executive decision to skip some of these things,
Oh.
namely because Randy's not here, but also because I was somewhat planning on skipping these things. And then I'm going to throw this in right at the end. Everybody close your eyes. Don't look. I think I pulled that off. All right. So, global anime fans want stronger female leads and adult protagonists. New research finds. What? Global anime fans? You mean the non-Japanese want to change anime to suit their own sensibilities? So,
The quote-unquote anime fans.
right, the colonizer?
Or the normies. Or
Yeah.
the fucking tourists. But
I mean,
don't know if we bring
I
up
don't
the-
have a problem with adult protagonists versus, like high schoolers and shit. But
Neither do I. Like, the older I've gotten, the more I've, been like, can we get an adult every so often? Like,
yeah, but I am also not interested in telling the Japanese how to tweak their formula to make it better. 'Cause,
Yeah.
quite frankly, clearly we don't know how to do that. Otherwise, entertainment in the West and other parts of the world would be significantly better, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, a growing segment of the global anime audience is calling for more diverse storytelling, with significant portions of fans expressing a desire for stronger female leads and more adult protagonists, according to data revealed in a recent research. I swear to God, if that door opens, I'm smacking the kid. All right. Happy Father's Day, everyone. A study commissioned by anime streaming giant Crunchyroll and conducted by National Research Group reported that 44% of all anime fans want to see more strong female leads in their content. Anime, perhaps, is the only medium for which strong female leads has been a mainstay for so long that it is now no longer something they're interested in pursuing, right? The research was conducted across 7 key markets, including the US, UK, India, Germany, France, Brazil, and Mexico in March of 2025. The study surveyed 29,000 general entertainment consumers. Doesn't sound like fans. That doesn't sound like fans to me. General entertainment consumers?
I didn't see this survey.
What? Between ages of 13 and 54. Oh, Reese, you're not old enough.
I'm right in the middle. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. A group that included 3,500 anime fans who watch content at least once per month. Oh, That's a fan. I watch anime. That's like once a month. Yeah. Fuck off. So
Maybe
literally,
like catch it on Toonami or something.
yeah. Oh, every once in a while I see some Pokemon. Like, sorry, I'm taking off some socks. It's too hot. It's a very hot day in Southern California.
Take off all your
Get out of there, Scott. I hope that was on camera. Anyway, let's see if that would have been on camera. Possibly. All right. Anyway,
Probably.
Yeah. So a group that included 3,500 anime fans who watch content at least once per month. The research also found that 38% of viewers are asking for an increase in adult protagonists. This call for different protagonists comes as the audience for anime itself evolves and diversifies. According to the research, girls now account for 44% of teen anime fans, with the medium now ready to shed its outdated boys-only reputation. Did it ever have one of those?
I don't think so.
Do you guys remember anime being a for boys only thing ever? I mean, when I was growing up, perhaps the first anime I ever saw was Sailor Moon.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't think, oh my God, girls,
Toonami.
get out.
Yeah, like
this is made for me.
at least for us, I think in our age group, bracket, Brad, that we watched Sailor Moon on Toonami, as well as like things like Card Captor
I didn't watch it on
Sakura.
Toonami.
Like,
I watched it on
fair enough.
WB or something.
Yeah, well, it kind of crossed over into that. Like Toonami crossed over with WB a little bit.
Well, for me, I know I didn't watch it on Toonami because I didn't have Cartoon Network until maybe like 6th or 7th grade.
Right.
Because I lived in a place in Long Beach where, because of Signal Hill, guess how it got its name? I couldn't get the signal for some stations. So my parents I grew up with cable because without it, I wouldn't have any TV or something. Something to that effect was what was told to me as a child. And I didn't have Cartoon Network, but at a certain point, I was flipping through channels. I was probably trying to get to the channel I could put a video game on, channel 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I went up instead of down. And I went all the way up into the staticky channels to try to loop it over to channel 3. And I saw the Cartoon Network logo, grainy and staticky as all hell, right? But the longer I watched it, the clearer the signal got. So eventually it was almost like a regular channel, and I was able to watch Cartoon Network. But that's why I know it wasn't on Toonami when I watched it, because I'm talking about like
but I'm just talking about like they did cross over with WB. They had some WB stuff where WB would like show like Cardcaptor Sakura, like Hamtaro and stuff.
Yeah, I definitely watched Cardcaptor Sakura before school in like 94.
Yeah,
I want to say.
Okay.
So I'm guessing it was around then. I knew of Sailor Moon. I didn't actively pursue watching it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think I did. I
didn't actively pursue watching anything before school. It just, when the TV was on while we were having breakfast, sometimes I remember seeing Cardcaptor Sakura. I definitely watched Ronin Warriors. Goodbye, Reese. And shows like that. But I'm just saying, like the very first thing I may have ever seen could have been Sailor Moon.
Well, funny enough, like I remember thinking to myself, well, I probably only caught a few episodes, but then I remember like expecting to see Tuxedo Mask save Sailor Moon in one scene. And it's like, well, thinking back, how would I know that he's going to jump in and save Sailor Moon if I hadn't watched at least a handful of episodes?
See, and that's what's interesting about memory, right?
Yeah.
And this is sort of going back to what I was talking about when it came to gaming magazines back in the day. I never played Final Fantasy VII, but I knew all of the characters' names. I knew the plot twists about Aerith. I knew a bunch of stuff. I never touched the console or the game. Right? I touched the console. I never touched the game, I should say, back in the day. But I knew all of this stuff, right? Somehow or some way, right? Even before the internet kind of like had its ubiquitous, permeation within my household, right? So I don't know. But similarly with Sailor Moon, even if you didn't watch it, you somehow pieced it together, perhaps because of the commercial breaks or something that showed, like how they had those little promo things that kind of showed you a little snippet of the show,
Coming up on Sailor Moon or whatever.
Stuff like that must have permeated it in some degree, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see, where were we? Yeah, so it's outdated. It's boys only reputation. In recent times, the Apothecary Diaries and Freerun Beyond Journey's End are two anime series that have gained worldwide acclaim. Both of these series feature female protagonists who are strong and don't conform to the traditional shonen representation.
So here's an interesting thing too, going back to like the whole.
I think they're conflating anime with shonen,
right? Just for boys. Like it's funny because like remember there was another like set of shows that kids, people often don't really consider anime, but is totally anime. Pokemon. Pokemon was fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
Like
boys only though. Come on.
Boys only, clearly, despite the
only
fact
boys
that,
are allowed to like Pokemon. Stupid idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a good point.
Yeah, I never see, girls on Twitter saying, "Oh my god, this is so cute" to every goddamn Pokemon. It doesn't matter which one. They're always like, "It's so cute."
Yeah, so like
Wow.
I knew
Are you
girls that would
mocking me?
wear like Butterfree shoes and like and granted that could have been from the games, but I really do think like an anime played a large part of it.
I don't think the games would have had the cultural relevance if it weren't for the free to watch on TV programming that kids experienced growing up in the 90s.
Yeah.
Right? So that when we saw that and became familiar with the franchise and stuff, then we begged our parents to go get us the game.
Marketing at its finest.
Hell yeah. All right. Anyway, it says here, the success of these series followed the trend showcased in the research. No, you're cherry picking here. Additionally, Crunchyroll and NRG's studies specified that 16% of fans voiced a desire for increased visibility for LGBTQ plus characters. Again, not fans. To use Sailor Moon as an example, again, that series, way back when, had lesbian Sailor Scouts in it. Like fucking Cardcaptor Sakura hinted weirdly specifically that Sakura's brother and Yukito are like gay for each other in some weird way, right? She's crushing on the brother's friend who seems very feminine, right? No, but this has been like, if there were ever a medium that has already checked all the boxes, it's anime. And the reason that anime largely has such a what's the word? Favorable view from fans is that, unlike most media these days, when anime has a gay character or a cross-dressing character or whatever, it felt natural instead of
shoved in your face and down your throat.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's so funny. It really sounds, and I don't know that this is Anime Hunch specifically, or if these are the reportings that Crunchyroll produced about it, but it really sounds like they're cherry picking the data in order to get the result they want to push, which is more minorities, more this, more that, in all of the anime industry.
And they don't poll the general fans. They poll the ones who only watch,
who watch it once a month,
or like Yaoi, or that kind of
100%. Yeah,
they already had those TikToks.
And let's be honest, you're 44% of girls accounting for teen anime fans. It's because they're going to Barnes and Noble and checking out the yaoi section. You know what I mean? Like, and that's, again, I'm not saying that anime is strictly boys only, right? That has never been on the table. That is an absurd premise to begin with,
Like they're
right?
completely ignoring shoujo and
Yeah, that's like
josei.
saying cartoons are for boys only, right? Like girls
Seriously.
can't like SpongeBob or any other type of cartoon, right? It's patently absurd, right? This call for greater representation is stronger when it comes to anime fans in the United States. No fucking duh. What, the greatest mental health problems? Of course. You know, they're the ones asking for increased visibility of gasp even, right?
I bet you 100% their polling pool is in California.
A separate report from NRG in September 2024 titled Anime Ascendant found that nearly 59% of US anime fans? US anime wanted to see more racially diverse. Color me shocked. Oh my god. They wanted to see non-Japanese people in properties made for the Oh my god.
What?
I can't
they
believe
already
it.
do that. Like, what the fuck?
Seriously, once again, anime has been doing the thing that is now like flavor of the week. Let's get in there and flex our virtue signaling muscles. Anime has authentically been doing that longer than most other types of media have been around. Unreal, you know? The reason for an increased demand for inclusivity could also be because how the growing and diverse fan base wants the medium to resonate more deeply with them. It is no secret that anime has become a significant part of identity formation for many younger viewers in today's day and age. The Crunchyroll Commission study found that 88% of teen fans considered anime an important part of their identity, and 93% said they were proud to be an anime fan. Jesus. You know, if you really wanted to make a statement, instead of talking about the boys only reputation, you could talk about how 93% say that they were proud to be an anime fan, whereas just a few decades ago, you'd get stuffed in a locker. You know?
Yeah.
Furthermore, the research suggested that the themes common in anime had a tangible impact on its audience. For almost a third of teen fans, the report stated, anime has directly shaped their personal outlook on life by exploring narratives of friendship, resilience, and perseverance. Naturally, as the audience keeps growing diverse, we are bound to see more diverse protagonists and stronger female leads. No, you're actually not. That already exists. That's been the norm from the beginning. And in fact, what is going to cause them to become more diverse isn't the audience. It's the lack of Japanese producing it as the population continues to shrink and you outsource more. That's where you're going to see that. Yep, for the love of the West has ruined comics and now manga is on the chopping block. Please let manga and anime stay Japanese. It has already westernized way too much. Go write fan fiction if you want representation or whatever thing you want. There you go. There you go. Oh man.
Reach.
Any more thoughts?
I mean, I feel like these people just don't know where to look.
Lady Phoenix, read the description of this video. Those are the wrong thing. Those are the exact words I used.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like these people are just lazy and they don't know where to look half the time too.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just like, I want this.
It's because you know why? You know why? Because they only watch anime once a month.
Yeah.
And so when you only watch anime once a month, you see it, you're scrolling through Netflix. Oh, what's this? Naruto? Huh. How come there are no black people in this? Oh, you're scrolling through it once a month. What's this?
Yeah,
You know, it's like,
surprisingly enough, there would be black people if they watched it long enough.
if they watch it long enough. Yeah, exactly. But they only watch it once a month. You know? Anyway.
Half an episode, maybe.
All right. You guys ready for pickups?
Yeah.
All right. I went to Book Off the other day. It's become a new routine on Fridays. And I picked up Absolute Duo, which feels heavy as fuck. Why is this thing so heavy?
Is there art cards in it?
It's bulging.
God. It's
You've
a
just
DVD
gotten
Blu-ray
deep.
combo probably.
No, it
That should
is.
feel heavy
Yeah.
as fuck. Does this just have normal weight to it?
It feels extra. Well, it's also the bulging. That's what I was noticing as I was experiencing the weight of it.
So, I feel like you're just like buying more at Book Off, and we're gonna find out later. Like, oh, I already own this. I already own that.
Probably, yeah. I also picked up Kanokon,
The thing getting a
Ooh.
Blu-ray,
the girl
Yeah.
who cried.
lacking OVAs
Fox.
in that release.
Yeah.
Yep.
Isn't that DVD-R?
Is
Isn't
it?
that
No.
really?
It might be.
No,
It's
This is
released by
Sentai.
Anime Works.
Oh, it's Anors?
Yeah.
No,
Media
it's not.
Blasters.
It's not
Oh, okay.
DDR.
this
That's okay.
was quite a while ago that they released this one. Then they
But it does
re-released
have the
with
same
OVAs.
picture for all of the discs.
Good old Anime Works.
Sexy like a fox.
It has to be real because you can see how bad the case is.
The wolf in no clothing.
Yeah.
What does that one say? Catch a vulpine by the tail. Wow. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
He really wants the Blu-ray now, doesn't he?
It says it comes with the OVA shorts on here.
Well,
Just
the
saying.
OVAs, there's like 2 proper OVAs.
Cool. All right. In Discord pickups, Reese, tell us about your mids.
Yeah, 30 minutes after the last pickup segment, I went over to my friend's house and I got the other 3 Guardian amiibos, no, Stage amiibos, and then Cyberpunk 2077 and Hitman World of Assassination for Switch 2. And
Pussy
then I also got Dan on Blu-ray, standard edition. And
And why are you disappointed? Please tell us why.
I
because
nailed it.
where's my golden balls?
Oh, well, you should have bought the limited then, I guess.
I didn't want the Shelf Taker limited edition. That was twice the price.
Oh my
That's all I
god.
had to
The Kanokon OVAs show pants and nipples. Whoa!
Yes.
Actually, they show nipples in the actual show too.
say.
But what about pants? Bobby Hill says, I heard the Switch 1 plays Switch 2 games. That's what I've heard as well.
Also, I heard you're coming back, Bobby Hill, for King of the Hill remake. Or the new season.
$179. Was it worth it?
What the? Really?
Is it one card?
That
Or is
says
it just-
Commander Pack.
But it's magic. No, it's probably a deck. Yeah, it's a commander.
Or maybe it's
Oh,
a
is it?
deck.
I thought
maybe
it was a
deck.
commander
Yeah.
deck.
Wow.
Where are you getting this price from?
The
Little
orange
orange
sticker that says
sticker?
$179.99.
My monitor is so like blown out that I can't even see the text on there.
How about now?
179. Is that like coming with a
USD?
collector's pack in there? That's the only thing that would make sense to me. Otherwise, you got hosed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's magic. You're always getting hosed, I feel like.
Got
Not
all the
that
Hellboys worth getting.
The David Harbour one was okay.
Mm.
I've not seen the new one released by Ketchup Entertainment. I have no interest in watching that one.
Reese, you picked up
Yeah,
season
My
7
Hero
part 1.
Academia season 7 part 1. Yeah.
Hajime no Ippo collection 3. Nice.
Isn't that out of print? Or
Yep.
did it get a restock?
I'm pretty sure it's out of print.
Seasons 1 and 2 of Bungo Stray Dogs and 86. Bobby Hill picked up, I think this is your last of the batches here.
He mentioned, yeah.
Life and Death. Yeah, last volume.
And then he was asking about,
The,
I assume Anime Lane, and he's
AnimeLane.com.
not talking about Genion.
Yeah. And then for $20, Anime Fandom 07 got, Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed Rogue, Far Cry 3, Rage, Anarchy Edition, never heard of it. Call of Duty Ghosts, Resistance 2, Sonic Generations, and Lego Movie video game.
Lego the movie, the video game.
Lego, the Lego Movie video game. What?
They should have just been like the Lego video games.
All right. Nice. I hate to do this to you guys, but can I have you go over comments for a second? My stomach is rumbling after eating for the first time this weekend. I'm going to step away for a second.
Unfortunately, we don't have any comments.
Well, hold
Yeah, you
up.
scared them
I'm
all away
live
with
on the
that.
scene
Bought-
trying to
bought mine
find
from
the
me,
fact
OCD,
checking
and
on
then-
this because it does seem to be listed for $179, but there's actually two editions. There's a collector's edition of the Commander deck or whatever. Because the thing is, Commander decks before, you were able to buy like a pack of the 4 that they made for like $200 something, I think, and you get 4 decks. This is one deck, but it has to be coming with like a few commander boosters, or sorry, collector's boosters, because they have like the normal boosters. I think they've actually gotten rid of the normal boosters and just made like a hybrid of the like normal plus. You can think of it like that. And then there's collector's boosters, which has like full art foils stuff that you can get that costs like a lot of money.
Luigi, I have bought from the Media CD store. I bought
As
the
have I.
I bought the Time of Eve Blu-ray. And what's your question?
Like, are they trustworthy, or are they like?
Yeah,
How's the shipping, or?
I mean, they offer free shipping after a certain point. I think. Maybe not. I can't remember now. Probably pulling it out of my ass. But they are trustworthy. That is Justice Savakis's company, so it is legit. That's basically the Animego store. So yeah, they are completely legit. They package fairly well. They put my stuff in a box and bubble wrap
Yep.
instead
Mine
of a
too.
bubble mailer, which is nice.
So the standard edition comes with 2-card collector booster sample pack. So that's probably what's bringing up the price, but 2-card, like, you'd think it would be a whole ass pack. Oh my god, what the hell? So Magic. Oh, okay. This one says Japanese. No wonder. That's probably why the price is insane. Because I was gonna say, the normal booster boxes, I think they've changed, so it's now like $200, roughly Canadian. And you usually get, I think, 36 packs or whatever is what it used to be. Whereas the collector's booster, you get like 12, and it costs like double the price, typically. Now this one is looking like it's $300 for the standard like Final Fantasy booster box. Comes with 30 packs. So I'm trying to find what the collector's booster box would be worth, but everything's like price gouged to hell and back. Because the Japanese one that came up is $750.
That's a little pricey.
I think it's probably just because it's in such high demand.
No. Did you get your copy?
I don't buy collector's boosters. I'm not retarded.
Oh.
But
I thought you were into Magic and stuff.
I am, but like I haven't actually bought any. This is like going to be the thing that brings me back to buying some Magic stuff. I'm gonna get like maybe, I don't know. They called them the Fat Pack, where it gives you like 10 packs and then like a dice and like a promo card or something. That's what I'd get. Because, dude, $300 for like one box, that's insane.
Like one die, or is it like a set of dice?
It's a D20, but it's like oversized. So it's
Okay.
a special fancy big one.
Okay. Huh. That's kind of cool, I guess.
Yeah, I don't remember if
Fancy.
they gave other things like the ones that you could get like these counter things, which would be like they have different abilities, so it's like trample, menace, and all this stuff. So they give you like a little counter that you can put on the card just so you can see, oh, now he has trample and all this stuff.
Yeah. So how's your watch on Yu Hakusho coming, Freedom?
Well, it doesn't really matter because we finished the video, but I was like,
Yeah.
what was I at? I think I was at the very
Like
least
30?
like 42 last that I
42.
did.
Are you gonna continue watching it, or are you just gonna put it on the indefinite hold list?
I don't know at this point. It might end up being on the indefinite hiatus list because that's what usually happens. I'm like, yeah, I'll chip away at it slowly or whatever, and then I just kind of like keep procrastinating, and then it's just on the on hold list for an eternity.
Any others on the indefinite hold list?
Oh yeah, you want me to pull it up?
Yeah, he's got a bunch.
You actually have a
The
made
worst
list?
one I have
It's called My Anime
is
List.
called My Anime List.
Thought you had a document.
No, it's just the website.
I mean, for me, I stopped using that. I need to go back to it.
I have
That's
My
a
Anime
you
List and
problem.
the Anime Planet. I keep both of them updated in case one goes down.
I think you can like export the list as an XML.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I just use one list and then do that. The worst one on my list, I think, is Inuyasha because, like, My Anime List it shows you the amount of days since you've started it, and last I checked, it was like over like a couple thousand days or something like that.
Wow. Thank you for getting the stamp for the next podcast pickups. Whew. Okay. Are you guys ready?
Is that okay?
No, yeah. It's hard to
Take a
explain.
load
But
off?
no. When you eat nothing but steak and then introduce something else into that ecosystem, as I did today for Father's Day, your body's like, what is this? I'm not prepared for this.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I was ready for steak.
Tell me it wasn't like an emergency.
No, but it's one of those things where you're like, I should just take care of this now before it becomes an emergency.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Good for you.
So, Anime Expo has released. Thank you. Thank you for making me relive that. Anime Expo's released their schedule. So, Anime Go rebooting the OG American anime company. They're having a panel.
Oh, so
10:30 in the morning.
We're still good to go for AX, even though the riots are still.
As of now,
we're gonna look at that in a minute. I will draw your attention to the color of this building and the shape of it. Right, just keep an eye on that for a minute. Right.
This looks like that picture looks AI made, almost.
It's okay. I don't know. I don't think it's AI made because they've got their mascots and stuff, the AX mascots.
They actually commissioned that to be made? Wow.
Well, they usually do. Every year they have artwork. Like
Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know this. Okay, I'm sorry. I was not aware of this.
Anyway.
It's Reese's fault.
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
What's up? What? Yeah, you can. Okay, goodbye. All right. Where was my transition? So yeah, Anime Expo has released their schedule.
Yes, where is your transition?
Starting July 3rd, right?
First.
Meanwhile, in June, Jimmy Kimmel says there are no LA riots while the city burns behind him.
So literally the "this is fine" meme.
This is peaceful, even.
Yeah.
Let me screen share this with audio. My favorite thing about this is that they're throwing those electric scooters you can rent. They're chucking rocks at police's heads. That's nice. Right? What lovely people.
Yeah, we should totally let them stay.
So there's that. I don't think he says anything important. Gonna skip over all that. I don't remember. I didn't watch it before. This is also happening in downtown LA.
I don't know how you're still going to AX. I wouldn't feel comfortable going.
I have long stated that it would be all right by me if I died there.
I don't think we would agree.
Today, this might be the one, boys.
So if you die, can I get your collection?
You can fight people for it.
Okay.
Meanwhile, InfoWars reported on it.
Yes. Yes, the voice of the unheard. The inevitable consequences of socioeconomic impulses.
I find it funny how the only guy they actually managed to get was the white guy who didn't run as fast. See that leg? That guy white as fuck.
That scooter was
Yes.
impeding that officer.
And importantly, they're going to.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's that article. The Acolyte producer was shot during the LA riots while protesting. Blames aggression of the LAPD, not the rioters.
I was only throwing rocks at police. I don't know why they shot me. They're too aggressive.
Rubber bullets, too. Damn. Speaking of getting shot, though, I want to show you this video of this reporter for 9 News Australia.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA. You just shut the fuck up!
You okay?
I'm good.
Are you okay?
Not sure what the explanation is for that one, but I did find, when I was looking for the reporter's name, I did find the non 9x16 version of it, and I thought we'd look at that one too because it feels different a little bit.
Okay.
Not much, not in an important way.
I think that it's so important that, you know, journalists are out there doing our job.
On horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA.
You just shut the. You okay?
I'm good.
Okay.
We were reporting on the Today Show all morning the situation on the ground in downtown when there were suddenly just thousands of protesters on the streets of downtown LA, and we felt that presence of the LAPD and law enforcement really ramp up. I have a bit of a bloody big old bruise and it's a little bit sore, but I am all okay. I just want to move on and I will get back out there and keep on reporting it.
So what slur did they call her? You just got the beep!
So I did notice that there was that red car turning into the lane when she got shot. So it's possible. You can see the car on the right. It's possible. Again, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but it's
Possible he was trying to get the crowd to move for the car.
yeah. Well, it's possible that they had already been warned about blocking, but there's about 1,000 people in that street blocking that lane just past the turn. So don't know if that's a good example as to what's wrong or whatever. When did the switch get pulled out of here? I wonder. Sorry, my wife just sat down. She wants to listen, right? She wants to hear your beautiful voices. I don't know how, but these got in knots. So just give me a second. There
That sounds like simp talk to me.
Yeah, she simps for us. We are the mediocre peepees. Is that what simping stands for? Suckers idolizing mediocre peepee. Jeez, dog. Can I have some peace in here and not like a freaking vomit fest? God. Anyway, speaking of getting shot, rioters in Los Angeles are now firing guns at the police. Tell me if you think that the police reaction is worth it. If the police reaction to this sort of shit we've seen may perhaps be justified, is what I meant to say. Love that. Just a random guy just casually recording some mayhem, and then another guy comes around the corner like, and he's like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" Like,
Get the fuck out of here.
Bro's playing Call
I'm
of
getting
Duty
out of
out
here.
here.
Yeah. Yep. Meanwhile, this was spotted in Pomona. I hope that this train is going into LA with all the military equipment, but it's equally likely it was on its way to Washington, D.C. for the parade. This is from 6 days ago, and it says Pomona yesterday. So, yeah, they could have been going to D.C. All right. Now, I also have this. I saw this report with... God, he looks like he's about to burst into tears, doesn't he? What the fuck? Gavin Newsom, are you all right? So I happen to see this, and you'll never guess what I what the oh, I thought that was his hair. What is this? I thought his hair went for a second. Yeah. Okay, now I couldn't help but notice, that place looks familiar. Oh, Crypto.com Arena, you say? Hey, look at that green building. Does it look at all familiar to what I was just showing you? This is Figueroa. Or is this Figueroa Peak? This is, South Figueroa right here, right?
I think so.
So, trying to find a good spot to pause it. Right here, this is where they stage the lines and things for outside. That, like last year at AX, they had a concert here, and they had like food trucks that had like takoyaki and whatnot here. So this area usually gets roped off and fenced off. And then I noticed this is where I first saw it, and I was like, oh, I fucking recognize this place. Well, first of all, you can see a good chunk of it right here. This is West Hall entrance, right?
Bless you.
Sir Barfenstein, can you get out of here? God. Anyway, so the protesting is seemingly marching around the Los Angeles Convention Center at the moment. So here is this is the main entrance over here. This is Kenshia Hall, or whatever that walkway is called. So we'll see if they get this shit under control before July 4th weekend. Something tells me they won't. Now, I do have more. I also saw this. Businesses boarded ahead of weekend protests in downtown LA. This, do you guys remember? I might actually still have it in here. I don't see it in here. You guys remember the infamous, is that Farrah coming off the elevator clip? That was recorded right underneath this part right here. And directly, see where it says taste? This is a food court right in where this would be. That's my favorite burger place to eat the entire time during AX. So they've had to board up everything, including Gold's Gym, just to protect it from the
Don't want them getting access
peaceful
to
protests.
Don't
that are
want them
going
getting
on.
access to all those hand weights.
Right. They would throw those through the car windshields and stuff. Anyway, so it's going to be a fun trip at AX, I think. Meanwhile, Sam Tripoli apparently predicted the LA riots on Joe Rogan 2 years ago.
Yeah. We're in the Bolshevik war right now, bro. And right now what's coming up is all the pride stuff is going to be... Okay, so I had this woman come on my podcast. Her name's Mel K. She goes, I've been talking to some people in the intelligence, and they go, this gay pride stuff is going away. And the next thing you're going to see are immigration riots. This is going to be right around the next election. So, hand to God, we do this episode. Next day, Starbucks is like, we're banning all the pride stuff. And now you start seeing they're putting little breadcrumbs out, man. Little breadcrumbs. Oh, I saw this one thing in Chicago. Oh, yeah, illegal immigrants are upset about where they're staying. And these illegal immigrants who speak no English are holding up perfectly written English signs saying we're tired of how we're being treated. And now you're starting to see this over and over again. Eric, so everyone's always like, when all these Republican governors are like sending these immigrants all over the country, everyone's like, yeah, you're showing those Democrats. Bro, they're moving assets. I know it sounds crazy, but that is 100%
What do you mean they're moving assets? What do you mean?
Dude, these guys coming into the country, bro, have you seen them? A lot of them are Chinese, and a lot of them are military-age people. Too. And I'm telling you, they're moving, and this is what's going to be right around 2024 election. Immigration riots, people going nuts, and as listen to this, and you'll start seeing all the little breadcrumbs. I'm telling you, that's what they want you to think.
You're buying it.
Oh, I thought they're moving assets, bro.
You're the puppet.
They're moving assets.
What do you mean, like military people?
Dude, study the Bolshevik War. It is happening in real time. 100%.
But
I just wanted to get that out to everybody because I'm trying to warn people. This is what's next.
Interesting. Also, RuneScape canceled their Pride event. Just saying.
Okay.
It's over when RuneScape is exiting out.
In an unexpected display of risk management, RuneScape's new CEO has pulled the plug on this year's Pride event, suggesting that maybe, just maybe, the endless cycle of rainbow content might finally be wearing thin. Jagex, the developer behind RuneScape and old school RuneScape, has announced that there will be no new Pride content in either game for 2025. Instead, players will be treated to reruns of the previous year's events. CEO John Bellamy, known in-game as Mod North, reportedly made the decision citing controversy and the need to protect the business. Translation: Pride no longer delivers the PR shield it used to. In fact, it might even upset customers, an unthinkable outcome in the golden days of mandatory corporate virtue signaling. Developers inside Jagex weren't thrilled. Some reportedly volunteered to finish the content on their own time, which might say more about company culture than the event itself. Meanwhile, Pink News ran the usual hit piece, alleging that the company is now catering to American conservatism, as if not participating in Pride equals political alignment, rather than, say, a cost-benefit analysis. The online backlash was predictably loud, with social media commenters coining phrases like "no gay, no pay" to mock the decision. PC Gamer joined the chorus, breathlessly chronicling the outrage. Still, the content wasn't deleted. It's just not being refreshed. Players can still organize their own in-game Pride marches, complete with last year's scripts. The dream lives on, just with slightly less budget allocation. That a game studio finally hesitated before rolling out another round of rainbow-wrapped identity content suggests even corporations are starting to question whether endlessly pandering to fringe gender ideology is worth the trouble. Pride has long since stopped being about tolerance and turned into a monthly marketing campaign for a political movement obsessed with redefining basic reality. Maybe, just maybe, RuneScape stepping back is a sign the spell is breaking. Huh. Interesting. Any thoughts before we move on?
No, stop.
Not really.
We're all thoughts here.
All right. Open a couple of these. That's funny. One of these didn't paste the full title for reasons I'll point out in a minute. Come on. Okay. Legend of Zelda live action film has been delayed slightly. Premiere date moves from March 26th to May 7th. Or as that Park Place felt the need to say, it's taking Disney's original Avengers Secret Wars release date. Not sure why. Anyway,
that's a better headline than the other one.
Yeah, but the other one at least told you what the date was in the subtitle, right?
That's fair.
Walton Goggins is reportedly in talks to join legendary Street Fighter as M. Bison. Weirdly, I can see it. You know, like...
I don't know. I feel like he needs to have a broader face. Just cast John Cena again.
Yeah, well, they said here, fans have pointed out that physically, the hulking mountain of muscle might be better portrayed by Alan Ritchson of Reacher fame or John Cena. I feel like Raul Julia will never be topped.
Is it Julia or Yulia? I know he's like Hispanic or something.
I choose to pronounce it incorrectly, whichever way it is supposed to be pronounced.
All right.
Gomez Adams. How about that? All right.
Watch party for those one.
Hell yeah. For those?
For the Adams Families movies?
Oh yeah. I thought you meant I thought you meant for the Street Fighter, the 94 Street Fighter movie. I was like, I watched that last week. Like
I haven't seen it, so
okay. Watch party. Dragon Ball. Oh, actually, we could watch that one and that other one I bought. The Chinese one.
Oh God.
Remember that I bought? That's like there was only 1,000 of the Blu-ray released or whatever. I'll show you later. All right, Dragon Ball Daima named Best Anime Series at the 2025 Astro TV Awards. Whoa! If you ever needed any more reason not to buy into awards shows, there you go. Dragon Ball Daima is the best anime series.
Better than Solo Leveling? What?
You know who doesn't even get mentioned? Freerin.
Well, Freerin was last year, so I'd be out of it for anyway. But Solo Leveling Season 2 at least did this year, so they could have added that one in there.
Yeah. Well, Solo Leveling is in here. Alex Lee won Best Lead Voice Actor for Solo Leveling. Anyway, moving past that. Space Adventure Cobra is going to get an adaptation by a French studio. This is the only thing we have to go off of so far, but it looks accurate, right? We'll see. Could be okay. Could be terrible. Depends on what they decide the manga didn't have enough of in terms of LGBT, diversity, strong female characters, whatever the hell they're going to make up. Now, in theater release news, a friend of mine was handed a flyer that had a QR code to get free tickets to see a movie called Dragonheart. Does it look ever so slightly off to you at all?
Oh, yeah, the CG.
I don't think it is CG, having looked at the trailer, which we're going to watch in a second. But I can tell you that it is from the beloved Happy Science Cult. Let's watch the trailer.
It certainly looks like a $0 movie.
Oh, no, they probably spent a shit ton of money on it.
No, I'm talking about it's worth $0 to see it. That's why you're getting a free ticket.
Gotcha. All right, here it is.
Tokushima, huh? Oh, it's pretty spectacular,
It
isn't
doesn't really look CG.
Who are you?
Here is what you're going to do. You will go explore the spirit world.
Is this really the spirit world?
Well, maybe it's hell.
By exploring it, you might discover what it was that you were meant to do in your life. And if you are successful in this, I will return you to your world.
Yes.
Who knew there were so many kinds of hell?
There are as many hells out there as there are mistaken minds. Can you guess the percentage of people who fall into hell every day in the modern age?
Help me.
Help me.
Help me.
We ended up seeing so many souls in agony. Dragon, please come and help me. Dragon!
As a matter of fact, every human being is born with their own unique missions.
A mission?
I'm staying. I'm gonna fight with you.
Then I am sure the dragon will lead you to where you need to go.
The Earth is a training ground for souls.
Now it's our job to share this truth with everyone in the world.
Dragonheart. Adventures beyond this world.
Wow.
I mean, it looks better than I would have thought on the based off of the cover, but poster, excuse me.
I just
There's
noticed
something that looked like the slightest bit Western in the animation.
Right?
I can't.
Isn't that exactly the vibe? Like it has the almost sort of I'm pretending to be anime aesthetic to it.
Is it animated by a Chinese company?
I don't know. Well, it said Nikatsu,
Uh-huh.
and then it says Happy Science. And Happy Science Studio Pictures.
So I don't know who Happy Science is though.
They're the cult.
Oh.
It's basically Japan's. Imagine if Scientology started making movies.
Fuck.
So that you could learn the secrets of what's their god's name, like Xenu or something.
Uh-huh.
Right? So that you can learn how only through giving money to the Scientologists will you ascend your current fleshly body with strife and grief and stress on a daily basis and become ascended by giving them money and learning about Xenu, right? That's effectively the strategy. So they're trying to teach you about their religion and get you to, join their ideology through their various anime they produce. And they've also produced Wings of Hermes, and then that other one.
Because I remember seeing on Twitter,
Something
I
of the
follow
universe.
Wendy Lee, and she was like,
Yep, Wendy Lee's in it. Yep,
she did it.
I think it's funny. It says Ryusuke Tagawa. Is that the Japanese voice for the Japanese trailer, or is that the kid's name?
Assume so.
Because Zach Aguilar, right? That's his name. The guy who voices Tanjiro is voicing him. But I thought this was really funny when I was watching it. I noticed this part right here. King Enma, Snake God, Dongting Lake Nyang Nyang, Adept, and Vishnu. So, are we casting actual mythological gods? Come see Vishnu, right? And King Enma. King Enma might be where did he go? Maybe it's past this. Where is he? I think it was right before here. Right there. I want to say that's him, not him. That guy. I don't know why. I think of him as King Yama from Dragon Ball, right? Anyway. All right. Yeah. So I think that ended. It was playing in theaters. It says now playing. But the thing that my friend got that he sent to me showed that it ended, I think, on the 13th. No, Wednesday the 11th at AMC Orange. Anyway, look forward to this not getting a physical release like half the other shit that they produced. All right, into anime news. So starts another week of Will This Be at AX? Now, we know that Nyaight of the Living Cat is going to be at AX. In fact, I won't bring it up, but although it would have been a good idea to double check. Let me do it on off screen. So, Nyaight of the Living Cat, I can say for sure, is going to be in the Crunchyroll evening premieres from 8 through 10. That's where it's going to be in here. But I'm curious if we go here. I feel like I could just grab. Yep. So that'll be one of the things they showed during this, which is a pain in the ass because I really want to see it, but I don't want to stay till 10 or sit through Rent a Girlfriend season 4 to get to it. Anyway, I'll move this over here and check on some of these other ones. Anyway, so Nyaight of the Living Cat has now released prologue footage for episode 1. It looks funny. I really want to see it. Moving past that, Clevatess, which is, we looked at this before. This is going to be on July 3rd, 1 hour premiere, 2 p.m. in the JW Platinum Ballroom at the JW Marriott. Ellie Goulding is playing the ending theme to the show and produced perhaps the least. I mean, I've seen NordVPN ad reads that had more heart than than this. Also, I don't know what the hell happened to her hands, but she looks like she was in the riots and got shot with those rubber bullets. Anyway, then they also released a new visual for it. So I'll try to see that. The Water Magician is premiering on July 3rd. I don't think this one is listed at AX. Unfortunately, I'm realizing now I have to check across 4 days. Yeah, no, that's not showing at AX. But that is going to premiere on July 3rd. Rio is delighted to be reincarnated in the fantastical world of Phi, where he thinks he'll get to live a quiet life learning to use his newfound water magic. Going with the flow here, however, means something very different. Rio is immediately pitted against the wild lands he winds up in and the slew of deadly monsters that call the remote subcontinent home. You'd think he'd forget about taking it easy when he's stuck fighting for his life. But lucky for Rio, he's naturally optimistic, clever, and blessed with the hidden eternal youth trait. 20 years pass in the blink of an eye, and each encounter along the way pushes him one step closer to the pinnacle of human magic. Little does he realize that's only the opening chapter of his tale. A fateful meeting soon thrusts Rio into the forefront of history, forever changing the course of his life. Thus begins the adventures of the strongest water magician the world has ever seen, who also likes to do things at his own pace.
You know, I feel like I've seen this somewhere else before. I just can't think of the... What was it called again? Mushoku Tensei?
He looks like they whitewashed him for the for the header. Doesn't he look kind of darker here?
They Chinese-defy him.
Oh my god, this music is something. All right, anyway. Watari-kun's bloop is about to collapse. RECTUM. Yep, that's the word. That's got to be it. All right, so this is going to be premiering on July 4th. I don't even know how. I'm going to look up Watari-kun. No. Nope. Don't get to see that at AX. That would have been awesome. Naoto Watari lives solely for his little sister Suzushiro until his chaotic childhood friend Satsuki storms back into his life. Without uttering a single word, her very presence ignites buried memories and unravels his rigid outline. As tensions rise and secrets surface, Naoto's devotion to Suzushiro clashes with unresolved pain, threatening to collapse his fragile world. WORLD. No, not world. Anyway, so that's not going to be at AX, I guess. Fermat no Ryori is going to be at AX. I don't remember when. I think it's on day 1.
Is it? Would the censored word also be maybe penis?
Would it be what?
Would it be penis?
No, that's missing a digit. So I guess Fermat no Ryori. I could have sworn this was also going to show at AX. It's premiering on July 5th. And this is the story about a mathematician who ends up becoming a cook and creates better meals because of his autistically math-oriented brain. Gaku Kitara, a mathematical genius who ends up giving up on his dream of becoming a mathematician only to be recruited by a mysterious and talented chef, uses his knowledge of mathematics to create amazing new culinary recipes. Seems like it could be interesting, or it could be a lot of crap. Don't know. With You in the Rain. Okay, so these are the ones I thought maybe AX would have this. Nope. Dear Lord, I should have done this before stream. Nope, this isn't showing here. So this is the one about the girl and the raccoon. What was the name of the studio? It's one we don't hear about that often. Studio L'Esprit. Anyway, that's coming out July 5th. Moving past that, Apocalypse Bringer Myonghra. I want this one to be at AX. I want to see this. Come on, don't do this to me. Nope.
Stan says, so I guess you are attending AX this year. How long will you be in line to pick up your badge? Or have they been better with their registration process?
Yeah, they've been sending them in the mail for like the last 5 AXs. So I already have mine. But yes, they were awful previously, but that's what day 0 was for. All right, Apocalypse Bringer Myonghra introduces this new character. I can't wait to watch this. Looks cool. Badgirl premiering on July 5th. For the love of God, if I don't get a single one, fucking God damn it.
The schedules?
Yeah, it's not in the. So far, it hasn't shown up yet. Not a single thing. So this is coming out on July 5th. Anyway, we've looked at this a couple times. See You Tomorrow at the Food Court is premiering on July 7th. I don't think this one is going to be at AX. So I was reading a little bit about this one, and it's the most obvious thing ever, but it is sponsored by the mall. It's a co-production with the mall that they eat at for their food court aspect of it. I thought that was pretty funny. And in fact, I'm going to throw one more in here just because I happen to have it. Where's my anime news? Because I've been sitting on this one. Of course, I just dragged it into a place. There it is. I was like, where the hell did it go? All right, adding this one in. It's pretty silly. The trailer is kind of funny. Just for that picture. All right, anyway, moving past the food court thing. There's no freaking way I'll be your lover unless premieres on July 7th. Freaking. There's no freaking way you're going to be at AX, right? Of course not. That'd be too easy. Holy shit. Why am I even going? All right. Rising of the Shield Hero Season 4. We already know that's coming out to AX. I forget which day. I think it's day 1. Shield Hero. Yeah. July 3rd, JW Marriott Platinum Ballroom, 3:30 p.m. So that's happening. And then on, did this go in the wrong order? No. One of those, I think I read the wrong date. The one that went back to July 5th, if you actually read the thing, for some reason they say, it's on July 7th. So whatever I last said was July 5th was actually July 7th. Light Novel Anime Project presents 4 new short stories from Light Novel Legends. So there's this new thing they're doing, these 5-minute episodes to do short stories of light novels. So Shoshin Time Leap, Femme Fatale Ikusei Keikaku. Okay. Nobody caught it.
Keikaku?
Keikaku means planned. All according to Jack the Reaper and Marie Antoinette ni Tensei Shita no De Zenryoku de Guillotine o Kaihi Shimasu. Wow. A modern day otaku girl wakes up in the body of Marie Antoinette. Knowing her life is on the line, she decides to use her fangirl knowledge to win over the people of France by turning the Gentlemen of Versailles into history's first idol group. Wow. Jack the Reaper, a man with no memories, finds himself in an interrogation room with a young policewoman. When she storms out after an unproductive conversation, he's stabbed by an intruder and everything starts over. And then Femme Fatale Ikusei Keikaku. Guess what the Keikaku is? When a girl's heart is broken by her ex-boyfriend, her cousin hatches a plan. He'll become a gorgeous femme fatale, seduce the ex, and then dump him. Coming out as gay with extra steps, right? Like, that is quite the revenge plot.
Yeah, that's fucking weird, man.
Do you think he just wants to bang his cousin or what? Shonen Time Leap, after being rejected by her classmate on the last Christmas of high school, a girl finds herself transported 6 months back in time. Wow. Riveting. All right. In other anime news coming out, Wandons. Anime introduces 5 new cast members. All I see is some very stealth weebifiable hats and shirts and sweatshirts and hats again.
That you'll never get to, by the way.
And shirts again. And shirts and hats again. Was it PTSG? What did we call it? Post-traumatic stress goon. Anyway, here's the story about it. Kaboku Kotani is starting high school, and he plans to do what he's always done: go along with his friends, keep quiet, and not to draw too much attention to himself. After all, it's hard enough to get by with a stutter like his. Why make things worse by standing out from the crowd? But when he sees another first year, Hikari Wanda, dancing like no one is watching, or like she doesn't care who sees her, it makes Kaboku wonder, could he reach the same freedom? To find his way to Wanda, he does something he never thought he could. He joins the dance club. After all, every routine begins with a single step, right? Sounds lame, but lots of merch. All right. I want to end this love game. Anime adaptation announced. Let me check my mic real quick. Good.
So Kaguya-sama lives a war.
Okay.
Again.
Says here, after leaving behind his image as a quiet nerd, Yuki is ready to break hearts and take names with the ultimate high school glow up. Sounds like Chinibyo. Well, he's really just got one girl in his sights. His best friend, Miku. Using her favorite shoujo manga as his weapon, he's prepared to pin her to the wall and gaze at her with the perfect smolder. Will his advances get her heart racing, or will Yukiya end up making a fool of himself? I mean, seems that way. All right. Golden Kamui anime is getting an OVA alongside first spin-off novel. So I guess every time I read this previously, I read that as it's getting an OVA of the spin-off novel, but now I think it might just be unrelated. An OVA adapting chapter 102 of the original manga, The Lightning Thief and the Viper or Ogun. And then also it's getting
Gotcha.
Where's the spin-off manga? An anime OVA will be released later this year, bundled with the first ever spin-off novel for the series.
Yep.
Kind of like how the OVAs were released for Attack on Titan. All right. Also, the Ogre's Bride TV anime adaptation announced. Marie Antoinette has been done so many times in shoujo isekai. I've been reborn as a villainess, etc. Yeah, totally. At least they're keeping it interesting with the Marie Antoinette beheading angle, right? Japanese style Ayakashi Cinderella story. You're the bride I've been searching for all this time. The Ayakashi and humans coexist in harmony. The Ayakashi, having superior abilities and beautiful appearances, sometimes find their partner among human women, making them their bride. The bride, in exchange for bringing prosperity, receives absolute love from the Ayakashi. Yuzu is constantly compared to her sister, a bride of a demon fox, and is resented by her family every day. One day, when Yuzu just couldn't take things anymore, a man appears before her on a bridge. This man is the most beautiful man Yuzu has ever seen, and he's calling her his wife? Just be quiet and let me hold you. The most powerful, cold-hearted Ayakashi is pouring his heart out for Yuzu. Wow. God damn, cringe. All right. Classic Samurai Troopers, or as you might know it, Ronin Warriors anime, gets official sequel in January 2026. Yeah. Wow. Wasn't expecting this.
Yeah. Sequel, not remake.
Yet, to be honest.
Like,
was there not really a trailer?
Like, what bizarre land do we live in that this gets a sequel?
This is almost as weird as the Samurai Pizza Cats game that they just recently made.
Yeah, they're just like, hey, here's these random things that you wouldn't expect to get a reboot or a sequel or a video game or anything like that. Here you go. I didn't want it necessarily, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
Now, curious, will they hire Ocean Group to redub it or
in today's climate of dubbing, I think it's the only safe choice, right?
Yes.
So the character's name is Guy, although taking one look at that hairpiece, I think maybe it's pronounced gay, right? Yikes. I don't think this guy has main character energy. He has bottomed by the main character energy.
Wait, that's
topped by the main character?
Wait, okay. That's not the main character from the original.
No, it is not. So they do have this to say. The new series will be titled Yoroi Shinden Samurai Troopers, setting it apart, it seems, from the 1992 manga Shin Yoroiden Samurai Troopers. I don't know. Samurai Torupa. Any thoughts before I move on? I already moved on.
I really did not like Ronin Warriors or Samurai Troopers after like the first 12 or 13 or whatever it was.
I can't remember it honestly. I watched. Really... I know I watched it as a kid because I had an action figure of the green one. But that's all I remember. In fact, I am a little bit tempted to hunt it down and just see what it was supposed to look like. Because by the time I remembered it, like, you know what I mean? Like, just as you're growing up, you're like looking at your old toys. I'm sure I was missing a lot of parts for it.
Oh, okay.
Only half the armor was still there, I don't know. Anyway.
So for me, yeah, like the first like 12 or 13 episodes are pretty good, but then like it diverts into what I can only describe as like filler material. It probably wasn't, but like it really just like rehashed. The old villain came back. The old villain that they defeated, the main character became the one and only. Like, I'm the most powerful. The group of Power Rangers essentially just didn't need anybody else, but the Red Ranger was the most important. I didn't like that about it.
Yeah, I don't really remember it except for the theme song.
Uh-huh.
Ronin warriors, the powers in the armor. Right, that's pretty much all I remember. I'd love to rewatch it down the line for a watch club or something. Anyway, moving past that. Sunny Boy director Shingo Natsume reveals original anime film for 2027. The working title is Ghost, with Madhouse producing. I don't think they say anything about it in terms of... Oh, here. It follows... Holy shit. This follows the young girl, Nike, right? Probably Nike. Who fights against the world's injustices to protect the starry night sky. The anime doesn't have any strong female protagonists. I don't understand. How did this happen? You know, if you watched anime even just maybe twice a month, maybe you wouldn't be such a fucking idiot, right? It looks like she's holding the diamond sword from Minecraft.
Doesn't the diamond sword seem to be a bit thin for a diamond sword?
Well, I'm just saying it's translucent or whatever.
Oh, true.
You can see her eye through it. Anyways, it continues to say, film is set out to do, wait, hold on. The film set out to do this while portraying the complexities of her emotions and show her loneliness and bravery through her interactions with others. Natsume wishes to blend animation with reality that reflects the current era. Anyway, moving past that. Reborn as a vending machine. I now wander the dungeon. Season 2. Anime reveals opening song. Blah, blah, blah.
Because, of course, that needed a season 2.
I thought it was pretty good. I liked it.
I was about to say, like, Reese, didn't you say this was really good, though? Like... Oh, I can't believe that. I can't believe, at least according to Reese, that this show is good. Like, this is such a fucking memeable, like,
it looks
thing.
better than Coffee Samurai.
True.
I don't know. The outfit.
I'm just saying, like, we've reached, like...
Are those her pockets pulled up and over her? Is that what those are? Otherwise, they'd stick out the bottom, and that'd just be silly, right? Random is here.
You enjoy your game of feet play, Random?
Randy, did you get a concussion?
I think I'm safe, but...
What did she do? Did she step on your head too hard, Randy?
I did get hit in the head. So.
Damn.
With what?
Yeah, with what?
A chair.
A chair?
Yeah, I was moving a chair and then I slipped and I smacked my head on the chair.
Oh, so you hit the head with you hit the chair with your head, not you didn't get hit in the head with the chair.
I think it was probably equal both ways.
But the connotation is different.
Did the chair get a concussion though?
Probably.
I 0% didn't know what he was doing. So, did you go wrestling?
Yes.
Somebody hit him with a chair.
No, I was just moving.
Shocker comes off screen with the chair.
I was moving a patio chair, and I slipped into a little divot, and the chair like gripped the ground, and I was holding it on an angle because I was holding it and cushion. And so then I slipped sideways, and the chair was stuck in the ground and fell towards me because I was also pulling it down. I kind of, as I was going down, I pulled it into my head, like smacked.
I can visualize this. Like you're trying to catch yourself while also holding it. So your arms start going back, but you're still holding it. So you just go, break it over your own head.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I knew it.
And I hate to remind everybody.
And the chair
including-
broke, obviously, right? Snapped right in half.
Yes, of course.
And it
So it
went
has
down
more
for the
than a
10 count.
If it hadn't, you would have definitely been concussed. So it's a great thing to hear that your chair gave way for your stronger head.
To his big fat head.
Oh boy. All right. Beginning after the end, season 2 is premiering in 2026.
I'm surprised it's got a second season. After all I've heard about the terrible dog shit animation. That
It seems like they should have just quit while they were ahead.
I'm not particularly surprising because when this was announced, it would be 24 episodes.
Yeah,
and so
but
this is just the other half of it.
But if you've only animated 12,
yeah,
maybe it's time to just say it's
cancel
over.
the second season.
Yeah. Also, why are these like girls' yoga pants on this character? God, those are tight. That guy skips leg day. All right, Ninja Kamui anime announces 2 new seasons.
Oh, I was hoping we'd cover this. Oh, I watched this all the way through. Chibi had a tweet about this. I'm convinced he's correct. This has to be money laundering. There's anybody who's seen this aside from the absolute like Toonami fucking Adult Swim.
The one person who watches anime once a month caught this and thought it was good.
Was like, it was good. I'm glad it's getting a season 2. I'm like, did we watch the same show, dude? Like that first 2 episodes, solid, amazing, bangers. Everything after that was dog shit. It was like, what are we even doing? Jason DeMarco, who runs Adult Swim and Toonami, had like a fucking stand-in self-insert character in this show, by the way. Like it was so fucking weird. It was so weird. It was just like
tell me about the stand-in character. What?
Okay, well, let me. Do you want to look for it, or do you want me to look for it? Like,
well, I got the tweet. You have
the tweet.
Now, this is a money laundering scheme right here. Anyone that actually watched the show would ask, how did this get 2 additional seasons?
I watched this crash fire because I watched Toonami and it was terrible. I told my friend, hey, we should watch this show. It looks cool. And then we watched it. And it was terrible.
I'm sorry, friend. I betrayed you.
Yeah, I was going to say the top 10 anime betrayals right there. All right. I'm dumbfounded. But this is one of those things where it's like, if you can afford a good enough studio, you can make the biggest pile of dog shit look super cool. And that's what most companies like this do. They get their bullshit greenlit and then they give it to a studio that can make, like, on its own, this looks cool, right? That looks cool. You know, the thing that was tweeted out looked cool, but the actual show itself, I'm sure, is absolute trash.
It is. It's fucking terrible. Like,
directed it at E&H Production and Sola Entertainment. The anime then premiered in Japan on Tokyo MX. Series also won Best Original Anime at the Anime Awards. Wow! Oh my god! I gotta find out who that was competing against.
Go back to Crunchyroll Anime Awards.
What was it? Best Original?
Yeah.
Anime?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right below it was Demon Slayer, and I was like, "What? No, that was a different category. Best animation." It was competing with Buchigiri, Girls Band Cry, Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night, Metallic Rouge, Ninja Kamui, and Train to the End of the World. Yeah. I can't believe this didn't beat it.
Yep.
Really?
Right?
A search result? You don't even have a page for this? Metallic Rouge look like
Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night is a Sentai series.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ninja Kamui's not even in here. All of these look more watchable.
Yeah. like I said though, like the first 2 episodes really solid, and then it turned into a CGI fest with a bunch of like questionable like writing decisions that I had no I'm like, who fucking wrote this? So I sent you a link to the 2 things. First one's Jason DeMarco, and then the second one is the self-insert character that clearly isn't Jason DeMarco whatsoever.
Oh no. Oh my god. That's Jason DeMarco. And this is what's his name? Jason Cardenas.
Yeah, totally not the same person. Totally different people. Ugh.
Wow.
Huh.
They should just call them Jason Jamarco.
Yeah, Jason Jamarco.
I mean, I can find other images of the character if you like, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty obvious.
No, that's plenty good. Don't worry. I've seen enough. All right. Meanwhile, Isekai Quartet Season 3 anime announced with the Eminence and Shadow joining the cast, which has just spoiled for me that apparently the Eminence and Shadow is an Isekai. Footnum, were you aware of this when you chose it?
He's muted.
Putnam is aware because he told me about it. He's like, actually, the show is like really fucking cool.
It is.
And seems goated. And I'm like, really? Because it seemed like a boring fag fest, in my opinion.
The Eminence and Shadow is awesome. Now, if only freaking Crunchyroll would dub the damn movie already.
If only, I was gonna say, if only Isekai Quartet could just make it even harder for me to figure out where to put it in my collection.
I just put it.
You're gonna have to, right?
I just put it in. I mean, it's got Shield Hero, Saga Ton Evil, ReZero, Overlord. I'm forgetting something. Konosuba, Cautious Hero.
Mm-hmm.
Now Eminence and Shadow.
Rent-a-Girlfriend Season 4 anime heads for a snowy escape and Yaemori date visual.
Wow. That looks amazing. Look how cute this character looks. I'm sure this will lead to amazing things for Rent-a-Girlfriend Season 4.
Everybody loves Season 4. This is the one with the...
couldn't possibly have any reason to hate Rent-a-Girlfriend, right?
Underwater boner. Over imagining his rental girlfriend getting reamed by other guys. Followed by also just reminding you in sub Rent-a-Girlfriend news moving into manga. After 8 fucking years, if you can believe this, Rent-a-Girlfriend ruins its reputation.
What kind of reputation?
I was gonna say, was it ruined among anime fans who watch anime once a month? Come on. Ruins its reputation with a controversial cliffhanger. After 8 years and 380 chapters, Rent-a-Girlfriend may have finally encountered the biggest turning point in both the protagonist relationship and for its fans to decide if it's worth continuing the story or not. Bitch! You ain't ditching at 380 chapters. If you haven't left yet, you're the biggest cuck I know. Fans of the series have criticized the author, Reiji Miyajima, for lengthening the story and stagnating Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship for more than 100 chapters. However, just as the plot seems to be advancing, with Chizuru finally reaching a decision after considering her feelings towards Kazuya, the release of Rent-a-Girlfriend Chapter 380 has sparked controversy after having invalidated all the developments teased so far in the current date arc. Following the Hawaii trip arc, after ghosting Kazuya for a couple of months and having a heartfelt talk with Minnie, whoever that is, in Chapter 235, again, Chapter 235. They're in chapter 280 now.
380.
Ouch.
First of all, why am I not surprised that authors at Screen Rant are reading this trash to even know the chapter number that this happened in? All the way back in 235, 145 chapters ago, there was this heartfelt talk about her feelings. 145 chapters later, Chizuru reflects on whether she loves Kazuya or if her feelings aren't romantic at all during a considerable number of the chapters in which they even cohabitated in her house. Fans finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel for progress in their relationship in Rent-a-Girlfriend chapter 379, where Chizuru confessed to being in love with Kazuya. She confessed to being in love with him in chapter 379. Then, in chapter 380, however, fans' anticipation quickly turned into disbelief with the Rent-a-Girlfriend chapter 380, where Chizuru rejected Kazuya, arguing that she is not yet ready for a relationship. Chizuru stated that due to the nature of her work... Oh, I'm sorry. What does she do again? Oh, that's right. She is a rental girlfriend. Due to the nature of her work and current lifestyle, she isn't ready for what a relationship represents or worthy of using the ring from Kazuya's mother. This cup went to the strip club and proposed to the stripper. Right?
Bear in mind,
She loves me.
The cuck, apparently, according to Sleuths on Twitter and stuff, he spent like $250,000 US on this woman.
I'm glad you brought that up. Kazuya has spent an estimated $250,000 on Chizuru in Rent-a-Girlfriend. After 380 manga chapters, Chizuru rejected his love confession. Fans are speculating that the author likes Chizuru so much that he couldn't process the idea of her dating another man. That's because of some sketches the author released 2 years ago. I don't think we looked at this specific one, but we looked at another one where she was like in the shower and he like drew her like opening the door, and like red face and everything. The compositing was actually really amazing. Like he did a good job. So yeah, they're saying like they're speculating that the reason she's dumping Kazuya is because the author himself has grown too in love with her. People are like, Rent-a-Girlfriend final chapter.
Okay.
Yep.
But you'll always be my rental girlfriend. I love this.
He just inserts himself into the
I'd
comic.
read. Oh, that's so bad.
Oh, what is that bag of garbage behind him? Oh, man. Yep. Oh, shit. We got a bunch of comments here I didn't see. All the girls are hot for a vending machine. Yep. The vending machine is gathering a hair. No way. Really? Chair 1, random 11-0. Train to the End of the World is interesting. It's a strange anime. I watch it. Eminence and Shadow is a 10. Nice.
I would love it, and I know this isn't the case, Reese, but like, imagine if the girls in the vending machine one were like based off of soft drinks.
Akikon?
Yeah.
We're watching Akikon next? What? It's not like the reputation was ruined after season 1 or anything. Rent-a-Girlfriend is bad. It's in the name. Rent-a-Cuck, man. Thank you for saying this 3 separate times. Definitely not a bot. Write in my channel or I will keep spam you. Oh, great. Guess what? I'm not going to write in your channel. Although I will put you on blast here. I tried watching Rent-a-Girlfriend, but I couldn't stand Kazuya and dropped it. Yeah, seriously. I watched the first episode or 2 just because I saw Stealth Weebifiable merch in it, which sadly has sold somewhat well.
Oh, no.
And it was some of the easiest merch I've ever made too. So that was good. All right. Anyway, moving past this, let's get into games news. Look at that. We're not even 2 hours in.
Wow.
Hooray!
I'm going to have so much time for activities. And by activities, I, of course, mean the manifesto.
Man. So you're going to have that done by next week, right?
It's really moving along. I'm hoping to get it done before AX. We'll see. My boss is completely checked out at work to the point where legitimately there is a really good chance that I won't even see him next week and we'll just work on it the whole time, which is what last week looked like. So, all right. Capcom counts physical Switch 2 game key cards as digital sales.
Bold strategy.
In conjunction with this, I want to also talk about physical Nintendo Switch 2 release of Street Fighter 6, made by Capcom, puts a 2-year expiration date on DLC download codes. Okay.
Is that a lot or a little?
Here's what's going on as I see it. First of all, they are intentionally choosing to count what would be considered a physical media sale as a digital sale to further
skew the numbers.
To skew the numbers and further reaffirm in their own headspace that people would rather buy digital games than physical. Number one. Number two, mentally, most people are not going to need to rush out to buy a game that they think will be available forever on digital. So in addition to that, they're now going to make it to try to incentivize you to buy this shit to put a time limit on the DLC. Otherwise, you'll have to pay for like character season passes or whatever bullshit later. That's where I'm going with this. That's what I think. What do you guys think?
I would say that companies putting time limits on the DLC pack-in codes is a standard thing, but 2 years is on
that's what I meant by
side.
like, is that a lot or is that a little?
Usually it's like 5. Some of them are like 10. Some of them are like they'll put an expiry code, but it's like $20.99. I think Ubisoft got in trouble for that.
When I got that one Persona like double pack, Persona 4 dance game came as a DLC, and it was expired, but it still worked for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ubisoft had a thing where they like took it down before the expiry date, and people were like, "Why are you taking this down?" Like, because they were ending the game. I think it was for that Cars game or something.
Mhm.
The Project Drive or whatever it was called.
I think it was like Forza or something.
No, it wouldn't have been Forza.
The Crew?
The Crew.
Yeah, it might have been The Crew. Yeah, so it was something. It was something they had. They took it down, and people are like, "But your codes even say the expiry date is not until later. So why are you taking it down now?" And so maybe that's what they're worried about. Like if they have the expiry date as, into the future, then it will put them at risk of like owing people this download where they might get rid of the download.
If you have DLC that you sell with the game, meaning when you buy the game, DLC code inside. Why wouldn't you just put that on the cart and have it get unlocked by the code?
Yeah. Generally, the reason they do that is because they want people to not be able to resell the game and have that code go along with it.
Yeah. They want to force you. This is the strategy to try to make it so that the game is not worth buying used, so that then they make more money on the front end. Right? That's obviously what the scheme here is. Right? For me, I just check out. I don't want to play it at all now. I mean, I didn't really give a shit either way, but But I just think it's a bullshit strategy. The one I'm much more upset about, obviously, is this one, because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're only selling the physical as a code card, then it effectively negates the section where you would be selling physical tier, right? Physical version. But in addition to that, this is different from the digital that you can download from the eShop. And if a person is going out of their way to buy it, it should indicate to you that this is the compromise they begrudgingly went to because they actually wanted a physical. So you should be looking at this with even more scrutiny rather than just lump it in with your digital sales so that it can fulfill what you already want it to say, which is that people don't want physical, so that you can have a zero cost, effectively. I mean, there'll be some cost in bandwidth and all that, version of your business model, right?
If there was another option where it's like, okay, we're selling the digital, we're selling a game key card, and for $10 more, we're selling the whole.
I just realized
game
it's
on
for
the
the
cartridge.
actual game too. So the game that we're talking about, I think, is this digital key card only one. Yeah.
No.
So yeah, it is. Look, Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, but the
years 1, 2 Fighters Edition it's a key cart, and
but
this
that isn't
DLC,
going to expire.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. The DLC that is sold with it is going to expire.
Yeah.
But the game itself won't.
Yeah.
So you're already going to be paying to host the servers that have your ability to download the game that isn't going to expire, right? It's an artificial deadline invented to create FOMO.
So after the years 1 and 2, and they're gonna make a new version of it, just the standard edition, presumably.
Well, it depends. I don't know what the DLC is.
I'm presuming the years 1 and 2 is the character seasons pass or whatever.
And there's also some different costumes, and it says here. While the Switch 2 players won't get the included additional color palettes for the DLC fighters' alternate costumes, they will get everything else. So the Switch 2 version doesn't even have the full game because it wouldn't fit. As noted, due to the limited space available on Switch 2 cartridges maxing out at 64 gigabytes, one cart can only barely contain Street Fighter 6's base 60 gigabyte file size.
So honestly, this seems like a good candidate for keycard games anyway. Because if it can't fit on the 64 gig, it's not like it's gonna.
It barely fits. It's still under 64.
No, but like that's the base game without the additional DLC things, right?
So, I guess it still seems like, first of all, it's a key card, right? So it shouldn't matter to begin with, right?
But like the other option is you put out the 64 gigabyte card and still require an internet download.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're going to require the internet download, may as well have it be the cheaper version and just have them download the whole game as opposed to only having them download half the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I would imagine that if they're still supporting the game in 2 years, that they'll either have a new version of the game that will come with more characters, so that the DLC codes will be like newer versions, or did I miss something?
I'm reading.
Yeah, we'll bring it up in a minute.
Or they'll do what Footnum was saying, where the code will work anyway, but for like just liability reasons, they're going to put the small window of the expiry and then just support it as long as they want to anyway.
Yeah, totally. Seb says, I'm back from Italy. Considered buying a Switch 2 there because it's over $100 cheaper than in Sweden. Apparently, I asked, did you bring souvenirs? Seb says, I didn't. Short trip. I would have brought Italian women and Nutella for you guys. I already have Italian women at home.
Turn the camera, Italian woman at home.
I appreciate you not bringing Italian men, though.
When it comes to the Switch cartridge, I assumed that the digital key thing was because the manufacturing cost was higher for the actual Switch carts, which is why when they were re-releasing games, they kept them at the full price instead of the discount rate that every other console has, because the carts cost so much to produce. So the digital key,
I think it's
they
just
don't have to use the
harder.
actual chip.
I think it's just harder to mass produce the carts because there aren't as many places that replicate carts versus replicating discs. You just have more
But with
options.
this, they basically just need the plastic shell and then, like, I guess a small digital whatever what you call it, chip.
But really, all it is DRM. It
Oh,
just
yeah.
tells the console, yeah, you paid for it. Okay, here it is. Right?
Yeah, you can manufacture that. What's that?
I was gonna say, if you're manufacturing the cart, the key cart, like in terms of manufacture, I can't imagine it would cost much more in terms of like labor and that kind of stuff. To
Well, maybe it's
manufacture
the
the
raw
key cart
materials. Do you
versus,
think it's like
yeah,
a specialized?
it's specifically, I would imagine it's specifically the flash chip. Like the flash chip is what costs money, like the 64 gigabytes of flash memory. That costs more money, and so they've offered this small, like probably has like 100 megabytes of, probably not even flash memory. It's probably like EEPROM, just stored with the key in the chip itself, and then that's a lot cheaper for the publishers because they don't have to pay for the flash memory. But in terms of like packaging and stuff, I would assume it's relatively the same. But the only difference is they don't have to pay for that flash. So it is cheaper to do the key cart, but then also, so some companies will just say, well, we want to do the cheaper option, but then also there are games that are larger than 64 gigabytes, and there's no option for those games to have a cart, right? There's no bigger version. They only offer the 64 gigabyte version and the key cart. So
yeah,
some games will legitimately just make more sense to be on a key cart, even though it's not ideal.
Right. Hold on. Okay.
We have micro SDs that have more than 64 gigs. You'd think they'd figure it out by now.
Micro SDs have 2 terabytes.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. I'm sure they could. It's just I would assume it. Well, I assume it makes less economic sense to go higher.
Micro SD
right?
cards that are 2 terabytes are like what, $200?
Probably.
You're not going to pay for that kind of storage.
Look, what's a 128 gigabyte micro SD card go for? Or 64 micro SD card?
64 gigabyte micro SD.
$11.
I think I got 512.
Yeah, $12 for 64 gigabyte micro SD card.
128 is $16.
Yeah.
Terabyte, $74.99. I don't even see a 2 terabyte. 1.5 terabytes, $114. Oh. Bless you.
Thank you.
That's funny. As I was scrolling down, Nintendo Switch micro SD with Triforce and Hylian shield symbol on it.
The terabyte one?
129. Yeah. I don't see a 2 terabyte one. I've been meaning to buy some.
I don't know what they are.
199 for the 2 terabyte. I've been meaning to buy some because I didn't show up my pickups. I'll wait till next week when everything else arrives. But I've been planning a much better setup for recording videos this year. And I'm going to need some new SD cards for it. I may be able to record the entire day, at least audio. Anyway, Old Man says online games have an invisible expiration date. It just depends how long they will keep the servers up. Yeah, we covered this years ago that Metal Gear Rising's Mac port within a year was unplayable because the company that exclusively existed to validate the DRM went out of business. And so even if you had it installed, you couldn't actually play it because it wouldn't be able to check to ensure that your copy was legit, even if you had just bought it.
Well, yeah, anything that relies on the internet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even Concord, that fully relied on the internet. So, you could buy a copy of the physical game, but you're not going to be able to play it, right? Because they took all the servers down. So
yeah, Old Man makes a good point. It's not that much more expensive, not even a little bit, for a 128 gigabyte versus a 64 gigabyte when you use a micro SD, right? I think that they're going to avoid using micro SD inside the cards because then you would easily be able to.
Yeah, it's not using a micro SD card. It's using flash memory, kind of like what a USB stick would do. But also, even if it's like, if the difference between a 64, I don't know what the numbers are, but I'm just saying, if the difference was $10 between a 64 gigabyte flash card, flash chip for the cartridge and a 128 gigabyte one, like $10 is a lot on a game. Let's say they're $70 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying of that $70, usually Nintendo takes 30%. So, what's 30% of 70? Like $15?
$21.
$21. And then add $10 for the flash chip that you're not getting any money back for, including, right? And that's just the difference already between the 64 and the 120. Like, I don't know what the full difference is between
They'd probably just
the
charge
key
$90
card.
for it if they had to go up to 128.
Well, I think the point is though that,
but at a certain point, people are gonna say no. If someone was like, we're gonna give you the option of a digital or key card at $70, and if you want it fully on the cartridge, it's going to be $100.
No,
would you pay $100?
I think the problem is that if you've built a game that is there it is, you've spammed us enough, thanks. And is this a completely different person? It is. All right. Wow. You showed us. Thanks.
4 times now already.
Yeah.
Wow.
5 if you count whoever this was. I mean, I guess I can't talk because I didn't bother to put a logo on our Kick account either. But it really screams a successful account when you're spamming on different ones and you didn't even bother to put a profile.
They all keep trying to send you the same link too.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying now, so thanks for running the show. But yeah, I don't know. I think the way I look at it is if 64 gigs is the size of your game, right? Or if you're going over 64 gigs, right? So like if you are getting to 120, let's just say, you've built a game large enough that it should be worth more than $10 more.
Mm-hmm.
Wrong.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Optimization is ass nowadays.
True.
That's why some games are so goddamn big, and it's like, how? Just
Especially
how?
with the 4K, and now that Switch can support 4K, it'll require the 4K assets if it wants, like, if you want to render it.
I don't know. I think eventually
need to make 128 gig cards. If
I think
4K
eventually
support,
that's just going to happen. They're just going to release them. You know what I mean? With larger carts, but
well, I'm pretty sure Reese said that the Switch topped out at 32 gigs. My memory says that they did get 64 gigs, but maybe not used very often. But maybe I'm misremembering that with 32. Either way, what I do remember is that during the Switch's life cycle, they did introduce a larger cartridge for people, but most people just didn't use it.
16 gigs, started out at 16 and then bumped it up to 32.
Yeah, whatever it was, they at some point they increased the size. So I could see them doing that for the Switch 2 as well. At some point saying, okay, but I think it would also take a lot of people saying, like, to Nintendo, like, we would put this on a cartridge if you offered us a higher slot. If a lot of people are saying, well, no, we're good with the key card, then I don't think they'll come out with the higher storage.
The Switch
unless they need it.
The Switch cartridge is still, like, for instance, Hogwarts Legacy had, download required because for like 8 more gigs or something. Like, download that extra if whatever can't fit on the cartridge.
Game requires download of at least 25 gigabytes. Micro SD card recommended, sold separately. Storage requirements may change.
As soon as you say game requires a download and it's not like, well, it's a patch, then you may as well put it on a key card. Like, if it's unplayable without a patch, you may as well put it on a key card, because you're going to require the online store to provide that update either way, right? And so the other thing that I was going to say is that I think would cause them to make a larger cartridge is if they required it for their own game, right? Like, if they come out with the next Zelda and they're like, oh, it'd be like, we can't get this down to 64 gigabytes and we don't want to put out a key card, because they don't have to pay themselves that 30%. So they might say, okay, well, now it's worth it for us to invest in this extra thing, and it's a Zelda game. They're already charging a premium on Zelda games, so they might be like, well, okay, we'll charge an even extra premium. I could see them doing that, but that probably won't be for a year or two at least before they start needing that.
Enriv says, I fucking hate game key cards. They single-handedly ruin the Switch 2 for me. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to buy a Switch 2.
Well, so the thing to keep in mind, though, a lot of Switch games did this already. It's just they didn't do it
as transparently.
Yeah.
Well,
or they just didn't come with a card at all.
Yeah, game code in box.
Yeah, it was either requires download, and it's like, okay, nebulous as to what that mean. Does require download mean, well, I need to download the multiplayer? Does it mean I need to download a patch? Does it mean I need to download the whole game? Like, what does that mean? And then there were the ones that were just like, you don't even get a cartridge, it's just code in box, right? Those, and they're still happening now. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4 is a code in box for Switch 2, so it's not even a key card.
I would sue or return it to the store, right? I'd be like, what kind of nonsense is this bullshit?
Yeah.
All right.
I remember the first time that happened to me. Like, I wanted to get the Battle Royale game, PUBG, and I went to the EB Games, and I was like, can I get PUBG? I want the physical game because I like physical. And they hand me a box, and it's like, it's not like a game case for Xbox. It was
like a cardboard
box. And I'm like, what is this? And he's like, oh, well, you don't get a disc. It's just a code. And I'm like, oh, well, that's stupid. I thought it was a disc. And he's like, no, it's just a code. But they wanted an in-store product, so that's what they did. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, well, do you still want it? I'm like, well, I want it to play with my friends. So I mean, I may as well buy it from you as opposed to online, but because I was gonna buy it. But like, it was just I didn't need to come to EB Games. I could have been at home just buying it on my couch.
Watch, you got home and it was like half off in the e-store.
Yeah, eventually it went down to, I think it might be free now too, but it went down to like $2. I remember I bought a couple like it went down to like $2, I think, on Amazon or EB Games somewhere like clearance, and I bought a couple. It was like, oh, I'll get a couple in case some other friends want to play at some point. I never ended up giving it to them, but and I think now it's just completely free. But anyway.
Old Man says Nintendo buying them in bulk probably wouldn't cost them very much because they're only like $8 on Newegg, but I don't think they wouldn't be buying them. They'd be manufacturing them because the like we said, it's not actually a micro SD inside of it, because that would encourage the ROM hacking and whatever, which is already happening. You know what I mean?
They're also passing the cost down to the manufacturer, right? It's not Nintendo that has to worry about the price. Well, I mean, they have to worry about the price for themselves, but like, I would be, well, I don't know. Maybe they are trying to make a profit on selling the chips to the manufacturer or to the publishers as well, right? Maybe they're like, well, the chip costs $8, but we're gonna charge publishers $9 if they want to include it in the cartridge. I don't know. That'd be a little weird, in my opinion. Like, they're already charging 30%. But I would assume that would just be built into the 30%, and then they would just charge at cost for the other stuff. But I don't know. I'm not aware of their practices in that much detail.
Yep. Read that one real quick. I'm sorry. I'm just on the screen here.
Yeah, Nintendo already charged extra for larger games on the N64, so it's not like it's something they haven't done before. Yes, you are correct, and they already are charging more money on some games. They've done it all like throughout. The Wii U had Donkey Kong Returns. No, Donkey Kong Country Returns was on the Wii, and then Tropical Freeze was on the Wii U. And I think Tropical Freeze was like a $60 game in Canada. So it was like, it's probably a $50 game in the States, while other games were $60. So it was already like a cheaper game.
So what was it in the N64 that had like that part you took out and replaced to be able to play Majora's
Mask? The additional memory.
Is that all it was? I'm surprised they never added more.
The Rumble Pack was for the controller, but there was a memory expansion pack for the actual console.
And it was like a gimmick that I thought they would have abused more. You know what I mean?
Well, there was this whole thing with like Sega where when they made the Sega Genesis, they kept like making weird add-on things, right? There was the Sega CD, there was the 32X,
the Sega drum mags, right?
Well, I don't know
the Sega folding stock, right? Like
there was a bunch of things.
The Sega grenade launcher. Right?
No, I mean for the console. Like
I know what you're talking about. Like when you combine them all together, it just got it. It looked like a fucking mess.
it was nicknamed the Tower of Power, right?
Yeah.
And at a certain point, and they screwed themselves with this 32X because what happened was the Sega America was like, well, all we need is this 32X attachment, and then everyone that has a Genesis can get 32X games, and they'll be better. But then that means that you have to buy the Sega Genesis and then the 32X on top of that to play these 32X games. And then Sega Japan was like, well, we're going to work on this Sega Saturn thing. And then there was this whole thing where they like shadow dropped it. They're like, it's out. And then it's like all of the marketing and the the retailers didn't like that at all, because it's like they weren't able to market it very well.
Mhm.
Anyway, and then the customers were like, we just bought this 32X like 6 months ago, and now you're selling a whole new console that's better.
Hmm.
So with the expansion pack, they needed it for Donkey Kong for sure, because there was the rumor, I don't know how true it is, but the rumor was that there was some bug that they couldn't figure out, and with the expansion pack, they got around the bug. Like, the bug didn't exist if they were using the expansion pack. So they gave the expansion pack out with every copy of Donkey Kong 64.
Mhm.
And then there's only like a few games that require it. I think Majora's Mask, maybe Perfect Dark. Anyway,
Didn't one of the Donkey
so
Kong 64 games require it?
yeah, that's what I just said. Donkey
Yeah,
Kong
sorry.
64. It required it technically because the rumor is because of a bug. Had they been able to fix the bug,
That's what
they
you're saying.
probably didn't need it.
Yeah,
But because of that, they did need it, and to help people, well, to be nice to people, I guess. I don't know if nice.
Well,
is
I
the
mean,
right word to use
the
for
kind of interesting
conservation,
thing
but they
about
gave
it is
away
you
for free
pretty
with the
much
game.
everybody who owned N64 bought it just so that they could play Majora's Mask, and then they just left it in their console.
Yeah, which is also weird because I didn't realize this, but apparently there are some games that don't require it that play differently if you have it in versus not having it in.
Like in a good way or a bad way?
I don't remember.
'Cause
I
I
think there's one
remember-
that you need to take it out for.
I remember
Because I don't have the little. And there's also a difference between leaving it out completely and putting in the jumper that came with the original console.
Mhm.
Because when I saw that, when I was watching this video about it, and when I saw that the person say like, "Oh yeah, if you don't have the jumper, like the game won't work properly
Mhm.
or as intended," I'm like, "Oh shit, I don't actually have that jumper anymore." Like, I have the expansion pack, and we threw the thing out that was in the console.
Yeah, I don't remember where mine is either. I just totally lost my train of thought.
But yes, they do charge differently for different games. Even with the Switch 2, they charge more for
Well, I guess the point
Tears of the Kingdom and
I
stuff.
remember.
So
What I was going to say about like the games playing differently. 3D Movie Maker for Windows ME. If you upgraded to XP, no, I think it was Windows 98. But if you upgraded to XP, the frame rate on all your movies became like unwatchable. It was like all of a sudden 10,000 frames per second or something, some shit like that. So that's what I was going to ask about, like how the games play differently. Does it increase the speed of the game to a point where it's unplayable now?
yeah. No, well, it was just a memory, so it wouldn't affect. Well, in general, it doesn't affect like the CPU clock speed, but I'd have to go back and watch that video to see exactly. I could probably find it, but to see exactly what the issue was. But I just remember there being some reason that if you want to play this game without this weird bug, you need the jumper. And I was like, God damn it, I don't have the. I'm gonna have to like keep an eye out for the weird jumper.
Right,
or
nobody's
look for
like you said, pretty much everybody just threw them in their recycle bin or
yeah,
right.
I thought it was like, well, you don't need it. Like,
yeah.
Well, apparently, on at least one game, there's an issue that you need to take out the expansion pack and put the jumper back in.
Old Man says this is GameCube discs again. They were also smaller and couldn't hold as much data. Yeah, that's true. And the problem with GameCube discs is that, like, not only are they smaller, but they're discs, which means that all the problems that cartridges were fixing, or like the problems that cartridges never ran into, you got to have with GameCube. Like,
yeah, but to be slightly fair to Nintendo now, with the 64 gigabyte cartridges, you are now rivaling what the Blu-ray discs for Xbox and PlayStation can hold. So it's not like they're more. It's not like it's not like, oh well, we can't store this information on it. It's just some games are now bigger, and even on Xbox, when you get that disc, it requires like a 50 gigabyte download because it's not all on the disc anymore, even for Xbox and PlayStation, right? So
right.
Although it is more
on
expensive
Xbox
than
in
the
this
disc.
generation, Xbox and PlayStation, they've been using BDXLs, so you can get up to, was it 66 or even up to like 128 or something?
Do they go that high now? Oh, maybe.
Sure. Don't they even have like triple layer discs
I
now?
think it goes up to like 100 at least. That is what the triple layer is, the BDXLs, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Which is what they use for UHD Blu-ray discs.
So Old Man also says, what happens when the servers go down and these games are no longer supported? The key card will be worthless. Totally.
The good thing about it is you kind of implied that it would be the companies that hold the servers up. No, it's Nintendo that needs to hold the servers up. At least for the download of this from the East shop, right? So they're usually decent at holding up the store for a while, but I mean they did shut down the Wii U already now, right? So eventually a time will come when these games will be useless.
So you go on to say the only copies that will work offline or at all will be cracked copies. Only pirates will be able to play these games long term. Isn't that so funny? Like you create the necessity for it because you're trying to prevent the piracy. Seth was answering our question about the expansion pack.
I think that they're not really doing this for piracy purposes. Like it's not an anti-piracy.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just saying that the effort to prevent piracy long term, like DRM and all that kind of stuff, actually creates a necessity for it in some regard.
Yeah, in some cases, yeah.
Like I remember Securom or whatever Rockstar used to use as their DRM didn't work on some computers, and so it made it so you had to pirate the game to play it on computer, right? Old Man says, I remember buying the Sega CD in a markdown bin a few months after release. The same for the Sega 32X. I have the Genesis.
All
right.
The Sega genocide.
The Sega genocide.
But the question is, do you have a Saturn?
You want to turn that off?
I don't think many people got a Saturn.
You want to turn that off? If you want, it's getting chilly. So Nyaight 3 joins the cult. Body type 1 and 2 replaces male and female. Apparently, fighting yokai with a katana isn't immersive unless your character's gender is reduced to vague corporate code. No word yet on whether pronouns will also be editable. But at this point, no one would be surprised if a they-them demon slayer is the next marketing bullet point. Oh, anyway, yeah, so body type 1, type 2, right?
Is that a kettle boiling? What the hell was that?
That was a child overreacting. Final Fantasy Tactics Remake offers somewhat censorship-free classic mode, so this is kind of an interesting take. I'm glad they're doing. The Final Fantasy Tactics, the Evilice? I don't know. Chronicles Remake comes with both a slick enhanced mode with adjustments to the story and a classic mode, which uses the original imperfect translation because even nostalgic fans know modern remakes love twisting the story. Square Enix announced Final Fantasy Tactics, the Evilice Chronicles, a remake launching on September 30th, 2025 across platforms including PS5, PS4, Switch, Switch 2, Xbox Series X, S, and PC. The enhanced mode boasts fully voiced dialogue in English and Japanese, revamped graphics, a modern UI with quality of life additions like autosave, fast forward, battle view, squire difficulty, and adjustments to the story. Some fans are worried this version may involve storyline trims or sanitization, a familiar fate in contemporary remakes. Users voiced concerns asking what parts of the script and visuals they found problematic enough to rewrite for their enhanced version. Combine this with the rather odd and smooth over looking graphics that Square Enix seems to love doing for their pixel art remakes, and many now have low expectations of the game. But Square Enix seems to have heard the backlash regarding modern remake translations, as the package also includes a classic mode, which recreates the original experience with the PSP War of the Lion script, warts and all. In an era where remakes often erase bits of story to appease the easily offended, Evil Ice Chronicles does something uncharacteristic. It lets players decide what they see. Yeah, so I mean, like, it's a win, I suppose.
What if I want the old translation, but I want the voiceover?
Rematch.
If they let you choose, mix and match, that would be cool.
That would be cool. All right, so Stellar Blade only released on PC yesterday. It's been a couple of days. Sorry, that's a headline. But it's already Sony's biggest Steam launch. Yeah. How about that? How about that? Stellar Blade comes out on PC and breaks all the records for Sony. Wow.
For a single player game.
Remember when
the
Concord,
demo?
Remember when Concord came out for Sony platforms? Remember how that went? How would that go? The sex doll Gooner incel video game is breaking records 1 year after releasing that your AAA brave feminist games never did. Are you learning or are you fuming? 183,830 24-hour peak. Like, it's still exceeding its original height now that it's on PC, for reasons we all don't even have to speculate about. Gooner Game of the Year Stellar Blade's mods are 41% smut, ensuring gamers will never see the light of heaven. Same journalist had this to say: Baldur's Gate 3's bear sex scene was such an upward turn in momentum for the game that its animator called his mum to show it off. She was like, "That's weird." Should have pinned it in the into the fridge. Somebody else suggested I asked Grok to compare the number of sex scenes in normal games versus the wildly successful porn game. Dragon Age the Veilguard, 7 sex scenes. Mass Effect 3, 6 to 8 sex scenes. Cyberpunk 2077, 4 to 6 sex scenes. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, 5 to 7. Baldur's Gate 3, 5 to 7. Dragon Age Inquisition, 4 to 6. God of War, 2 to 3. Heavy Rain, 1 to 2. And Stellar Blade, 0.
Wow, that's curious.
What?
I'm going to call BS on those numbers, but I mean, the sentiment is probably there. But
it was Grok.
Which one do you think is fake?
All of them, except Stellar Blade.
What do you mean all of them?
How can you put a number on how many sex scenes there are in Baldur's Gate when you
get
as much sex as you want?
Maybe it's 7
individuals. No. In Mass Effect, there are story events or whatever, and it's like if you get to a crucial point, you can make a choice to be like, shall we shag now or shag later or whatever, right? So that's why it's 5 to 7. If you're that into it at that point in the story, you could have an additional second,
maybe it's
more.
5 to 7 because in some cases you can have 3 ways.
Damn.
I don't know. I saw this. I thought this was hilarious. Sad non-binary noises. Right?
Yeah, and just look at the top comments. I don't even care if he's non-binary. He just looks ugly as sin. What an abomination. And then he's actually a she.
He is actually a they. Okay,
Yeah.
get their
That's 10 bars for you, Green Line.
Everyone has to do bars.
Comment. I was actually quoting the comment. Thank you very much.
Do a bar. Pulling a barb. Is that what we call it when a game shoots itself in the foot?
Yeah.
All right.
Reese, I want to see you do a bar in your police outfit there.
Yeah.
I don't think YouTube allows pornography.
I bought the Saturn before the PlayStation. Sega had awesome arcade games, and the PlayStation wasn't a familiar brand at the time. Oh.
Wow,
Sega's
you
third-party
are
support was awful.
Sega diehard.
Awful, though, and I ended up buying a PlayStation a few months later. Damn.
Ouch.
All
My
right.
first console was a PlayStation when I was like 9.
Yeah. My first console was an NES. And
My
Mine
first
was a
console was
Game Boy
complicated.
Advance.
Technically, I think it would have been a Game Boy, but TV system was N64 for my own. But my grandparents had a Super Nintendo and
So-
a Genesis.
Resident Evil Requiem will be playable in first and third person.
Ooh.
I think this is a first at launch, but I think Resident Evil Village, added third person mode in post-launch DLC. So that's kind of cool, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe they're like, maybe they want to see the character's ass someday.
I do. Good work. So I thought this was pretty funny. The main character of Resident Evil Requiem is Grace Ashcroft, who is the daughter of Alyssa Ashcroft, who has only ever been in 2 other games and then mentioned briefly in Resident Evil 7, I think. Alyssa Ashcroft is from Resident Evil Outbreak and Outbreak File 2, right? Which is the game that I've talked about numerous times where I was blown away how weird it was to run down the stairs and up the stairs in the game and have the animation actually adjust to be like down the stairs, right? Instead of just the normal running animation straight up and down, you know? So that is that game I've been talking about on podcasts. There is this weird memo that you get that says, there's something I need to tell you concerning my recent contact with you. Monkey, bird, cat, in that order. At the Beast Area in the zoo, where the giraffes, baboons, and orangutan are, there will be a new jungle exhibit built called the Terrarium Dome. It will contain over 700 species of rare plants. Right? And then there's also this version. Okay. Now, Alyssa Ashcroft file mystery cracked in Outbreak File 2 game hours before the Resident Evil 9 reveal. So somebody's saying, and again, this is a PS2 game. This has been out for a while, all right? Just wanted to post about a Resident Evil mystery, which was solved with quite eerie timing, given that we put it together literally hours before Resident Evil 9 and Alyssa's involvement was announced. I don't think it will have an impact on her role in Resident Evil 9, but especially given it seems a lot of folk are going to play the Outbreak games now for the first time, it seemed worth a post. I was doing a deep dive playing Outbreak File 2 and looking at the files which can only be picked up by certain characters in particular. In the zoo level, Wild Things, there was some interesting lore stuff going on with Alyssa having exposed the zoo chairman, Elliot Martin, for illegally selling orchids, which can be seen referenced in this file on Evil Resources, right? So Evil Resources is like a Wikia kind of thing. There is, however, a specific 3-page file which only Alyssa can pick up called Memo to Alyssa, which seemed obvious was some kind of coded message from her informant. The same informant mentioned in the expose article. At first, it seemed like a fairly obvious puzzle where you spell out the key words mentioned in the first page using the letters on the third page and laying those letters over the paragraph of text on the second page to reveal an answer. But try as I might, all it was coming up with was nonsense. I looked online and could not find any references to the solution to this puzzle. Intrigued, I ended up contacting another user named Parallel Traveler from this very Reddit, as he had experience putting together an ARG previously, not sure what that means, with codes, and we got to work on it.
ARGs are I forget what it stands for, but
It's
it's
like a codex.
augmented reality game.
I don't think so. No, I think it's like a it's like a type of encryption for like
alternate reality game.
I don't know.
The idea is ARGs are supposed to be like games that take place in the real world. So there was
And they're played
one
off
where
as if it's something that really is happening. Like
yeah, a
that's
lot of
how
people do like weird marketing stunts. Like there was one where like
Pokemon go to the polls.
no, there was one
That's an
where
AR
like
game.
in the trailer, if you like analyze the music of the trailer, like you could do the spectral analysis and it gave you like a link. You'd follow the link, there'd be like some like secret message on the link, and then if you did some other like decryption on in there, you'd
Tell you to
then
go
go
fuck yourself for
find
wasting all your time.
other things.
So they said here they got to work on it. In the end, we found a discussion about it from back in 2004 on a Japanese forum. It seems I was right, and the solution was to overlay the letters on the paragraph to get the answer, which they claimed came out as Elliot is smuggling wild orchids, which made perfect sense from the context of the puzzle. Parallel Traveler, though, through translation, confirmed that the puzzle worked perfectly with the Japanese version of the file. The question was then, why did the English version not work? The mystery deepened slightly in that there seemed to be two different versions of the English version of the file on the internet as referenced in walkthroughs and lore sites. In the end, I examined the file in the North American and European releases of the game separately in-game, and things became clearer. You can see from the attached images that the European version had adapted the puzzle, translating the first 2 pages and then changing the 3rd page, including asterisks in their version and moving the letter positions. And when overlaid on the 2nd page, produced the simpler but still relevant answer of Elliot Martin, naming the chairman. In the North American version, they had translated the first 2 pages of the file from Japanese to English, but left the 3rd page the same as the Japanese, making the code unsolvable. As it turns out, this was an understandable mistake, as the characters on the 3rd page of the original Japanese file, as you can see in the images, were English characters, which the North American localization team had obviously just left as is, left in as they were. So there we are. If you play the North American version of the game, as I was originally, and came across the file, you will know what's going on. As I say, we worked this out. We were posting it hours before the announcement of Resident Evil 9. It felt like a reward, as it is great to see Alyssa back and Outbreak being referenced in Resident Evil 9. So The crazy thing is, Alyssa is the only character from Resident Evil Outbreak and Outbreak File 2 that has ever been mentioned in the remainder, like other stuff regarding Resident Evil, to my knowledge, right? She's the literal only character that made it outside of the game into another installment. Now, you might ask yourself, why is this character from a side game being referenced, right? So here's another look at Grace Ashcroft, right? This is the character that is supposed to be the daughter of Alyssa Ashcroft. Oh, that's a great image. Now here's I think the reason. Ages. This is serious. Can we talk about the ages of our heroes and realize that I think it's supposed to say realize none of them have any children, or at least that we don't know about? I truly believe Ada had one with Leon and Leon doesn't even know. Haha. Claire is 50 years old. And the others, Death Island, it's from 2015 in the chronological game. At least I would like Sherry to have one with Jake, the truly evolution. Okay, so they're talking about Jake and Sherry Birkin. Jake from Resident Evil 6, right? So Resident Evil 1 took place July 24th, 1998. Resident Evil 8 Winter's Expansion, Shadows of Rose, takes place in 2037. But that is a DLC where you play as the baby grown up, right? So let's just say Resident Evil 8, the most recent, game, February 9th, 2021. is when it takes place. So July 1988 to 2021, right? So the top comment here is breaking it down. For everyone who is interested, we don't know their exact birth dates, but the years in which the characters were born. So how old would the characters from the first games be in 2026? Barry would be 66, Chris will be 53, Jill is 52, Ada's 52, Leon's 49, Claire is 47, Rebecca's 46, and Sherry Birkin is 40. 40! The little girl that you escort around as Claire in Resident Evil 2 is fucking 40. Damn, right? So yeah, I think it seems to me that the purpose of doing this, bringing in the other characters, is because they need new characters to lead the franchise, because for whatever reason they've decided to keep progressing the story, right? In terms of they've continued to progress it forward chronologically according to real time, right? What do you guys think? Any thoughts? Also, this movie sucked so much ass. Like, I could taste the ass in my mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry, you watched.
So fucking awful.
I have never played a Resident Evil game. Actually, that's a lie.
The crossover got you, didn't it?
I tried to play 5, and I got 10 minutes into it, and I was like, this is dumb.
You should play Resident Evil 2 Remake. It's really fun.
The crossover elements got you, didn't they? You're like, oh, this is going to be cool. They're all here. Look at this. And then, oh, okay.
Well, I mean, I collect all of the movies and stuff, right? This is the one where they're like, you know what? We haven't seen Jill since Resident Evil 5. We're going to bring her back. And all we got was her brooding and depressed over betraying her friends the whole fucking movie. Holy shit, is it awful. Claire has a goddamn goblin nose that catches the light in weird ways. It's horrible. Anyway, also, this is a then versus now look at the locations from the original game for Resident Evil 2. So this is obviously 9 and this is 2. So this is the same area. The Raccoon Police Department. It's a pretty cool police department, to be honest, in the game. I think it in universe lore, it used to be a museum or something. It's pretty cool. Anyway, moving past that. Holy fuck, what's this? Oh, gasp. I can't believe it. Printing money at Konami? Bloober Team is now working on a remake of Silent Hill. I am actually more excited for the Silent Hill 1 remake than I was for the Silent Hill 2 remake. I can't wait. You guys ready to watch?
Because it's like more dated?
No, I think that it's a better game overall. I think the second game has more interesting story elements to it. But in terms of actual like atmosphere and stuff, I think the first game can't be beat. Where is my video? Here it is. Yep.
Was that extra 5 seconds of darkness at the end really necessary?
Yeah, right. So I did think this was hilarious. Somebody on TikTok commented, Silent Hill fans getting ready to play Silent Hill 1 for the first time. Because since it was released on the original PlayStation, not a lot of actual fans played it. Fans. They play it about once a month, right? Actually, to be honest, you'd be more of a fan than me if you played it once a month. Anyway, where's my mouse? There it is. All right. So this is a good time to remember that this is how Masahiro Ito drew Lisa in Cage of Cradle, the prequel comic to Silent Hill 1. Just reminder, Bloober Team, to really match the original designs as closely as possible.
The original intent.
Yes.
His original vision.
Yes. Remember, just like you said for Resident Evil 2, when they said we want to take it another direction, and you said, no, we think we should stick with the original intent that you guys made all the way back in the day. Chop chops, you got to stick to it. Lisa must look like this, pokey nips and all, or else. No, this will make or break the remake. All right. In addition, somebody was tweeting this out. Full disclosure, I think this is a fan-made image. They said leaked latest updates for DLC Maria. All right.
Wow.
Sorry, too much Attack on Titan. The DLC Born from a Wish of Silent Hill 2 Remake, the release would be at the end of the year as well. The Xbox Series version of Silent Hill 2 Remake is scheduled to be available on October 8th, 2025 on the anniversary. So I think they're making this up. I saw this image on Reddit, and somebody, like everybody in the comments, was calling it out as fan made. I don't know. The one I saw on Reddit was cut off here and here, so you couldn't actually see these things. I don't know what. I think Silent Hill, the other side, might be like the social media account that made this, or whatever, but it's not confirmed that it's going to be Born from a Wish, but I honestly can't imagine it won't be Born from a Wish. And then they said the Xbox Series version. I think they're talking about the Xbox version of the original Silent Hill 2 came with Born from a Wish. And that's what they mean here. Other people were saying, so much for our console exclusivity on the PS5. But I think that they're referring to the original Born from a Wish game coming out on the Xbox version and then coming out on the director's cut for PS2, but only in Japan, from what I could tell. Anyway, in other Silent Hill news, people are noticing that the lead pipe in the trailer looks like it might have durability to it because it looks like it gets bent as you use it. Not liking that, if that's going to be a part of the game. And then the real city in Gifu Prefecture that the Ebiguoka, or whatever the name of the Japanese place in Silent Hill F is taking place, it's called Hida Kanayama. They're fully embracing the fact that the new game is kind of based on their unique Japanese city. So there's a lot of like posters going around with like
they're excited for all the tourism.
Exactly, right. And so there's a couple of pictures here where you can kind of see the unique kind of layout for this place. Very unique, right? For a Japanese city, like a shanty town almost. Look at that shit.
Watching 2 years, it's gonna have a glow up so massive.
I can see why they picked it. You know what I mean?
But why did you pick this? Oh, we liked it for uniqueness. The guy, you like this because this place is a trash town.
Anyway. Somebody was also saying, is Silent Hill F going to have possible ties to Silent Hill 4? Silent Hill 4, The Room. Isn't it so nice that I just happen to have this shit on hand? This one takes place in a fucking room. No, the whole point of this game, this is a really intelligently designed game. I never finished this one. I'd love to get back to playing these for my bonding time with my son. But the soundtrack for this game had this imagery on it as the cover. So they're thinking maybe they're going to try to link back to Silent Hill 4 with Silent Hill F. I don't know. Interesting that 4 starts with an F. I don't know. Probably not. All right. In other news, Game Freak announced a post-apocalyptic adventure game, Beast of Reincarnation. Holy shit. Holy shit. First of all, let's... where's my media files? I didn't upload this. Let me upload it real quick. You know, let's just do it this way. Video file.
The cool Q says the room is great.
Silent Hill, the room? Or
no,
the room?
The room.
The room.
All right. This is the trailer for Beast of Reincarnation.
はるか昔、この国に輪廻の獣が現れた。
So yeah, Princess Mononoke.
輪廻の獣は汚れを吐き、あらゆる生物を蝕んだ。
I like how it was clipping through the grass.
You like what?
How it was clipping through the grass with its foot.
Where?
In that first shot, was it
This
not?
shot? This
no,
one?
the foot, the one that was a close up of the foot.
Are you talking about the grass over here on the right hand side? Yep. Right to my toe.
輪廻の獣は汚れを吐き、あらゆる生物を蝕んだ。
Unskippable. Looking in a video game, you can have that. Whoa, given. That shit looks fun. It kind of looks like a Souls-like game, doesn't it?
It looks like Sekiro, but worse.
Yeah. But you're hot in it, though. Doesn't that make up for it?
Seireki 4026年、人類は滅亡を待つのみ。封じ子エマ、お前こそが輪廻の獣を滅ぼす刃となる。
Damn. There's a game I'll pre-order and not play for another 4 or 5 years.
If you were wondering where all of Game Freak's budget went for the past Switch generation for every Pokemon game, that's where it probably went.
Yes,
and you'll notice that it has this innovative feature called voiceover that every Pokemon game doesn't seem to have.
I'm pretty sure even on the Game Boy it would go Pikachu or something. I mean, it sounded like ass, but
yeah. Technically, Pikachu was the only one on the Game Boy that had a voice. Everyone else, and it only for Pokemon Yellow.
Like some weird.
Everyone else was just like.
Resident Evil should have a floating timeline like The Simpsons, or maybe like Marvel Comics, where time is slower in their world, like 10 years, and our world is much less in ours. Oh,
in theirs?
I think even in their world, yeah. Yeah, in theirs. Okay. Good morning,
saying, if you don't like Stellar Blade, you're probably not going to like this game either.
Hello, phone game. Yeah, agreed. What do we got here? Who is that?
That's a face emoji.
I get it, but it's like
I don't know.
shiny gold Jay Leno or something. I don't know. Room is great. Vague room. Vouch room. Okay. Will you be covering? No, I will not. I don't have time for that right now. Sorry. Nintendo pays for Pokemon, so it's unrelated to Game Freak's budget. Oh, interesting. All right. In other news, this Japanese dev wants to brainwash people into liking furries. I cannot be brainwashed into liking furries. I disagree with your premise here.
I'm immune.
Yeah.
You're hard-coded to self-destruct.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, my hatred knows no bounds. So a Japanese game dev is doing his best to promote furry content in the gaming world, going as far as to say he wants to brainwash people into embracing anthropomorphic animal characters. The dev behind Fuga Melodies of Steel, a tactical role-playing series where players control a gigantic tank as it makes its way through a war-ravaged world, has spoken up about the recent trend of furry content and how he aims to popularize the use of furry characters in video games. Wow. You're going to do that this many years after Banjo-Kazooie, Donkey Kong, right? Like fucking, wow. What a valiant effort. Like Star Fox. Oh man. Have you heard of these other games?
I really hope no one's donking their Kong to Donkey Kong. Jesus Christ.
He's going to do it, but make them sexy, right? For those who don't know, the Fuga series uses human-like animal characters and a turn-based battle system. The video game received very positive reviews on Steam back in 2021, with players praising its moving story and lovable cast. To celebrate the release of the third and final title, CEO Hiroshi Matsuyama spoke about his studio's history of creating furry-themed games and his ambition to popularize the furry trend. Honestly, you might be ending it. Like, this one, you're coming on to the tail end of where people can make games like this. We've been working on spreading the culture of furry enthusiasts from the beginning, brainwashing people even. I know that furry content is generally considered niche or unconventional, but we truly believe that one day it'll go mainstream. Are you fucking serious? Do you enjoy furry content at least once a month? Like, you know, fucking unreal. That belief lies behind all our work so far. And I think that people reading this right now are the ones who will be there to witness that moment. Nope. My hatred only grows more intolerant. The developer notes that while Fuga 3 is the ending of the series, he hopes to continue making more furry-themed games that help people embrace it. Quote, I hope we can continue to grow this furry-loving culture together, and to us, you're already part of the family. See, this is the problem. You wouldn't need to brainwash people into liking furries if you just curbed the fur F-slurs who can't keep it in their goddamn pants and are humping each other at conventions in their fursuits, right? Like, the hard part is the bad PR that you're giving yourself, right? Nobody gave a shit about furries in a negative light when Disney made Robin Hood with the Fox version of Robin Hood. Nobody cared. It's your own behavior that's ruined it for you. Anyway. In release news, Record of Lodoss War The Grey Witch gets an audiobook from Seven Seas. How about an adaptation for anime fans?
And a re-release because the other one is massively out of print now.
They also have been putting out Koharu and Minato, My Partner is a Girl. They are still being shaken this morning. This is the weirdest thing. Every morning at 6:58, commuters hurry onto the train at Sakuranomiya Station. For the past few months, a tentative romance has been brewing between two students from different schools. The young man is easily flustered, always stealing a glance at the young woman, but never making a move. much to the disappointment of the other passengers who have been cheering them on in secret. Well, this budding love story, that's a fucking funny premise, right? The entire story is like a bunch of busybody train passengers who are watching two random high schoolers who go to different schools and creating a fantasy in their head that these two are in love and haven't expressed their love for each other yet. Like, that's pretty fucking funny. There's also I Have a Secret, Record of Low Sword of the Grey Witch, and Exotic Animal Doctor, and Killing Me, Killing You, Sea Melt Lover. Anyway. In Right Stuff, we've got no stuff.
No stuff.
No stuff.
We'll have stuff next week.
The real question is, did me doing absolutely nothing fix Stealth Weeb? And the answer to that question is no.
Oh, also, in my anime is like totally not working. Like invalid SSL certificate. No.
That could be the Google thing.
Oh, okay.
Because Google's APIs or whatever all changed, like how to access and call their APIs. What do you think, Randy? You think that's the case?
Well, I think that was an issue. I think they fixed it. I think they rolled it back and fixed it though. So I don't. If that was the problem, that might have explained, because like half the internet went out the other day. So on that day, I would expect it might not have worked because of that. But if it's still not working, then I would think it would be some other issue.
Oh boy. All right. Well, yeah. Sorry, you can't shop at Stealthweeb. I did get the email from WordPress that there's a catastrophic failure of my website, and there's a way for me to get in on the back end and stuff. I'll have to try to fix it again. In fact, now would actually be a great time because I have another month of Chat Operator. I should get in there tomorrow. All right. But you can go ahead and shop at the OCA Podcast store, ocapodcast.com/store. I would like to remind you of the lovely current year beauty standard shirt.
I gotta wear that to AX.
I honestly might. Do you think I'll get murdered? One year I wore
you said you wanted to die at AX.
One year I wore the Trump hentai shirt, and my wife legitimately thought we were going to get killed. Right? Instead, I got high fives. So I honestly might wear it. Let's see. Anyway, in random merch news, Hello Kitty and Sanrio team up with Spy Family for adorable merch in a pop-up shop.
So cute.
That's adorable, right? Guess what we got out of this goddamn nonsense? Acrylic standees.
Oh, boo.
Not cute.
What is it? A fucking
coaster?
Drink coaster? Yeah.
Bond is the only one
Horrible.
good-looking standee, anyways. Sucks.
Silly bag.
Give me a figure or a plushie. I would have bought it. For my
Poster's
daughter,
best thing out of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the like exhibitions where they show like the human body sliced up into like 1,000 different slices?
Yeah. I haven't seen it in person, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I feel like I don't know if it would be more expensive or less expensive than just making a figure, but like if you had a situation where you did that with like
standees and had them stand together.
So you have like, I don't know, probably let's say 12 vertical ones and maybe 3 horizontal ones or something like that, so that they like crisscross and make like a little grid.
Yeah,
And-
so the way I see it, right? You got all your heroines vertically, and then horizontally you've got all their clothes.
Oh, you could do something like that too. I
That's
wasn't suggesting
that
that, but
idea would
sounds
take
like
money.
you were. Sounds like you were.
Have
Your
interchangeable
brain
ones with,
fired
no,
the synopsis, and my brain caught it.
you no. I'm thinking he's has interchangeable ones where you can change the poses of their boobs. Interchangeable tiles, like one with like one boob's up, down, and down. Like one's lazy eye, the other's.
All they need to be is circular, and then the nipples are on the thing that you can pull in and rearrange from the side, so that they look like they're moving together and whatever, right? Poseable, nice. You have a little what do you call it? Like, you know how Lego has like those like motors,
Little motors,
right? That cause things, and it's like basically you just get the two nipples are on a piece of acrylic, right? One here and one here, and they just like, and then what do you know? You've got your not that. You've got your lovely this, right? Yes. Good for the soul. All right. In other news, we've got the Freerin Beyond Journey's End anime fashion collab includes Blue Moon weed jewelry and mimic purse.
Blue Moon weed is a flower.
Yeah, I love the purse concept because it has Freerin hanging out.
Of the mimic. Oh, it's so good.
If they sell this at AX, I am full on buying it for my wife.
I feel like the teeth would get like bent.
Oh, for sure.
Too quickly as you open and close it.
It needed to be a zipper.
So I guess these are the earrings?
Yeah. The Blue Moon weed earrings.
Anyway, that's that. Ghibli mini plates let you admire the studio's anime food while eating real food. I mean, they look awesome. They're only like $7, but I think you need to have a Japanese address to buy them.
I mean, I'm all for anime merchant stuff, but not for the stuff that gets scratched or dirty or stained.
Well, I wouldn't put this in my fucking dishwasher and cupboard. I would mount it like a grandma on the wall.
Yeah.
Next to my, Bridges of Madison County plate collection, right?
At that point, you might as well have a poster then.
That's what I was about to say. Out of all of these, I think the only one that was like kind of cool is that one.
Yeah.
It's more niche to have a set of Ghibli commemorative plates.
And I would rather just have the art printed out on an acrylic standee, honestly, as opposed to the plate. Because it's like you're not going to use the plate ever.
No,
you're not going to.
It's going to go up
like.
No.
Yeah. One fork, one knife is going to scratch the shit out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It probably isn't dishwasher safe. Oh, yeah.
What's it made
not
out of?
microwave or dishwasher safe.
What's it made out of?
I assume acrylic or
no, it's probably porcelain. Most plates. But
why would it be dishwasher safe?
Holy shit!
Why would it, or why wouldn't it?
Why wouldn't it be if it's made out of porcelain? Like most
because
plates.
of
the
paint and ink and
right,
stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
They're not that expensive on eBay. I mean, they're only $7 in general, but even with shipping, they're not that bad.
The worst are the mugs. Like, I've had a few mugs gifted to me where it's like, oh, this is a cool video game related mug. And actually, we just got a free one earlier, but anyway, from a restaurant. And it's like, okay, cool, mug. Then it says not microwave safe, don't put in the dishwasher.
And wash only.
Yeah. Oh, it's like, okay, well now you've given me a gift that comes with like instructions
Cool.
and
A pencil holder.
rules. Like I don't.
Jesus Christ. They're all $7 except for the Princess Mononoke one. $75, $68. Like
Like secondhand from a third party marketplace thing
on eBay. Like, but all the other
on
ones are
eBay.
like $7.68.
The Princess Mononoke one's clearly the best one.
It clearly is. Oh, $25. Free delivery from Japan.
Ooh.
Probably
That's not
all
bad,
the probably all the the junk ones that they didn't pass
Misprints.
quality.
In those Chihiro is black instead of white.
You know what they should do that more often? They should sell like canvas prints. You know, like the canvas prints can look pretty like slick, and the
are there
like,
none from
texture-
Howl's Moving Castle?
There's that one
I thought I
with
saw
the kid.
one.
Yeah,
The fire.
there's the. Yeah, no, there's the
Oh,
fire.
the one eating the bacon and eggs.
Yeah.
Hmm.
What's his name? Markle.
Oh, that's not Howl's Moving Castle.
Yeah, this is
No.
Whisper of the Heart. But I also like Whisper of the Heart, so I'm just trying
Whisper
to
of the
decide.
Heart's really good, too.
I kind of like the sniff. Like,
Sniff.
no.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's Howl's Moving Castle.
I just can't believe they even have Panda Go Panda, which is not even a Ghibli property. Just happened to be done by Hayao Miyazaki. Where's my Lupin plate? eBay Lupin plate.
$200.
Are we getting?
It's just a screenshot of them of Lupin and Jigen like fighting over the spaghetti in Castle Kalyosha.
What are you saying, Green Line?
I said, did we ever get a release for Panda Go Panda?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Many.
Oh, okay. I'm an idiot then.
G-Kids had it.
G-Kids had it. Didn't
Discotheque did it, and then I think G-Kids has it now. I think.
Oh, okay.
The plates all have this like it's not like I forget what it's called, dot tone.
Pop art. The
well,
pop art style.
Yeah, but there's a term for it.
Screen. What is it called?
Whatever. Anyway, that
screen tone or whatever you call it.
Yeah,
printing?
screen tone maybe. Yeah. It's something like that. Anyway, whatever. You see it, you know. What I was gonna say is I think that would look good on
a shirt or something.
No, on a canvas print.
Yeah.
Like, because the canvas has that like texture, and so that like if you got the texture of the canvas at the same rough size as those dots, I think it would transfer decently well.
All right.
Because the other thing about like if you have a plate and you're like, well, I want to store the plate on a wall. Now you got to worry about a plate falling off the wall and breaking.
That is truth.
Whereas if you have like a small little canvas print that's the size of a plate, it can fall on the floor and you're not going to be like, oh no, my smashed plate.
A perfect segment to our new sponsor, Displate. Right? Like...
Displate, please sponsor us.
Do Japanese PS2 games play on US PS2s? Oh, they have that region locking gear. On XPlay, one day I watched them take apart a PlayStation 2 and show this little white gear that reflects what region it's for. And they said if you put a mark on it, so you remember where the original was, you can turn it and eventually find that one of them is region free.
I had completely forgotten about XPlay until you just mentioned that.
I'm searching Lupin ending soonest in case there's anything I'm like, oh, I'm gonna bid. And the one of the top things is a PlayStation 2 game that is not in English. Oh, there's another one over here. I'll never play these. Stop looking. It's not happening. Cool vintage shirts, though. Not going to wear them. Won't fit. Not Japanese. All right, anyway, closing that. All right, cool. Dragon Quest Slime is now a geisha and delicious. I'm sharing this because the article was funny. They open it, right? Here's how it was advertised. What's going on here? Oh, there they are. If you ask me, it's ravioli, right? And then, false advertising. But now you can put whatever you want in the bag and put a slime on them. My dick is a slime, right? All right. Also, lunch fit for a samurai lord. Japanese cafe offers castle bento lunches, sells boxes too. I can't imagine going to work or school with a bento box this goddamn enormous and ornate. These look like the kind of meals that a sumo wrestler has for lunch, right?
Wouldn't it need like a lock too to make sure it doesn't like pop open?
Come apart. I think what they do is they put them on a like a knapsack, kind of like, what do you call it?
Like a handkerchief.
Yeah, and then they tie them up at the top so that it holds.
How are you gonna do that with this thing?
You're gonna have to get a big one.
She's a freaking blanket.
Then you carry it with your katana, right? And it's like a hobo, stick, but with
Oh, right. What are those called?
The hobo stick?
Yeah.
The hobo stick.
No.
Bindle?
Yeah, bindle. That's what it's called, bindle.
I like hobo stick.
Know what to save.
The golden kappa is a limited 24-hour emote, so I'm using it. Oh. Okay. Western furry and Eastern furry are completely different. It's the art style that puts me off, so this propaganda better be good. AC better wear the purse in the cosplay channel if you buy it. Well, sure. Posters are tired. Give me the plate. Thank you. Color changing mugs usually holds up better. Oh. New channel rebrand the Anime Grandma where you collect plates.
You've got all that empty space on the wall behind you.
Yeah, I thought they were good uses for the plates. Wasn't Japan the same region as US in but they're PAL. In their games, they're PAL, right? Chat GPT.
On Blu-ray, they're
NTSC.
Can I play
Japan is
a Japanese PS2 game?
It might be a different region, but they're still NTSC.
PS2.
No, you can't. They have PAL DVD, but they have I guess it is PAL, like Region 2 DVD.
No,
but
yeah,
you're right. So Japan. Okay, hold on. You're right. I was mistaking it. Japan in DVD is Region 2, but it's Region 2 NTSC, whereas Region 2 PAL is Europe, Australia, and all those. Actually, Region 4 for Australia, I think.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Anyway, it says no. Chat says no. NTSC-J, yes. PAL is European.
Region B is Australia and UK, though, if that makes it any better.
To be honest, PS2s are only $20 at Book Off. I bet you I could get a Japanese PS2 pretty easily. But I'm not going to go to all that trouble. I'll pirate the game. All right. Anyway, let us read about plant extract that may grow hair, discovered by Japan's Roto Pharmaceutical. Oh no, boys. Is the return of AC's luscious locks on the horizon?
Fuck you, I want my hair back.
Is the return of Reese's hair you've never seen on the horizon?
But Reese, you're an eyeball. Eyeballs
like if hair gets on there, then you're just gonna it's gonna irritate.
I did have eyelashes once.
Once? This is unnerving. I thought you just shaved your head. Did you lose your hair a different way? And then
I was losing my hair in high school.
Okay, hold up, Reese. Just calm your tits for a minute. What you're expressing to us is that you have cancer, like Caillou, and you lost your hair not just on your head, but also your nostrils and your eyelashes and eyebrows.
No.
Okay, see? Think twice next time. Okay. My whole life has felt like a race between medical science and my hair's desire to flee my head. Every few years, that cut like a knife. Every few years, there seems to be a breakthrough, but so far nothing earth-shattering. And on the Bruce Willis filmography scale of hair loss, I am currently around Armageddon, which means there's not much time left. So a recent discovery announced by Japan's Roto Pharmaceutical may be my last chance until I hit the Moonrise Kingdom point of no return. According to Roto, their research has confirmed that extracts from the Amur cork tree and chenpi, sun-dried orange peel, doubled the amount of placental growth factor in human hair papilla cells. PIGF is a protein that plays an important role in hair growth by making hairs grow longer, faster, and remain in the active growth period for a longer time. This is a somewhat unique approach that works on the cellular level rather than targeting hormones, blood vessels, or other levels that many popular treatments do. In other words, PIGF can be generated by a person's own body and more universally utilized by women as well as men, and even be used to promote eyelash growth. Reese! It's happening! It might even help our own Seiji Nakazawa get out of the top Google search result for baldy. Oh, damn, he's in both, I think. Online comments showed that not everyone is convinced, however, and seem to resemble the 7 stages of grief, possibly indicating each poster's level of experience with their hair growth treatments. The time has come. Here we go with the hair again. What?
That's an okay. Here it goes. The music video with them on the treadmills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there any hope for people who are already bald? How many times have we done this? Kinako, help. Kinako, kelp. It just keeps going on. It's too late for me. This is a victory not only for science, but for humanity. I wonder what would happen if someone who isn't bald used it. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. I will not be fooled again. Please hurry. I was going well into my 50s until my thyroid was removed and it all fell out. Oh, shit.
I thought you were about to start singing Moana.
I don't know Moana.
No.
Sorry.
That's why I lost all my hair. My thyroids are broken.
That's why your eyelashes and eyebrows fell out?
Yeah.
I just can't get it. Is he saying yes? Is he
Yeah.
now retroactively confirming the cancer Caillou thing?
I don't have cancer now.
Okay, but you did have something a la cancer that caused you to lose all your hair. Young man,
hypothyroidism.
Are you bald on your balls?
My balls are not bald.
Okay.
Why would you bring this up on the podcast?
I'm
Jesus
just
Christ.
trying to understand the
top of my head is bare. I still have bangs, sides, and back up on top, but just the oval on top of my head is barren.
Right here.
It's like a Photoshop filter with a gradient top down.
Just like a little strip of bangs all the way to the back of my head is bare.
Okay. All right. I don't see anything I can point to that would help. Perhaps this one is the closest. Right. But the point is, the way you're describing it, it sounds like you're saying medical treatments or illnesses caused my hair loss. Therefore, I now no longer have eyebrows or eyelashes or the ability to grow a beard, which led me to logically be like, did all the hair fall out? How are your balls doing?
I do
son?
I do grow a beard. I have eyelashes. I have eyebrows. Just the top of my head is bald. It doesn't grow, I think. So because the top doesn't grow, I think I just shave it all off up on top. I'm covering my bald spot with my hat.
This is why you
my
need
eyes usually are full of hair.
Yes, I can tell. All right, anyway. Roto's announcement marks the end of the testing phase, and the company is currently working on developing hair growth products that utilize these extracts. As some of the comments pondered, although PIGF clearly promotes hair growth, it's not certain to reactivate dormant hair follicles. This means Roto's upcoming products could be a good preventative treatment for those still in the Die Hard with a Vengeance realm, but possibly not the savior of those who have already crossed over into A Good Day to Die Hard. Isn't his head bald in Die Hard, Live Free or Die Hard? I think he is bald in that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Anyway, oh well. If I can hang on to the kid hair, that'll do. God. That was an unexpected approach.
Awkward.
All right. Taste testing Japan's I Heart Obama cakes. There's an obvious gag gift element to these manju from Fukui, but is the pun delicious? Recently, our Japanese language reporter Masanuki Tsunakoma was out for a drive, and before he realized it, he drove right into Obama. If you're perhaps wondering why Masanuki isn't under investigation for vehicular manslaughter, it's because the Obama he drove into wasn't former United States President Barack Obama, but the Japanese town of Obama. Do you think they sell I Hate Obama shirts in Obama, Japan?
Let's find out.
Trip to Japan starting in Obama. Located in western Fukui Prefecture on the shores of Wakasa Bay, the town of Obama's name is written with the kanji characters Obama, meaning little beach. He's a little beach if I've ever seen.
Obama's a little beach, yeah.
What a little beach. That's weird because isn't O also the maybe that's weird because the word for big starts with O in Japanese. So the kanji here is using. No, I'm not going to explain it. Whatever. It's pronounced exactly the same way as the former U.S. presidents. Founded in 1951 and with a population of only around 30,000 people, the city of Obama had a pretty low profile for its first 50 plus years. Once President Obama was elected, though, the coincidentally named Fukui town started attracting a lot more attention. So as Masanuki was passing through the area, he decided to see if the former U.S. head of state is still in the minds of the Fukui locals by checking out the offerings at the Wakasa Obama Michi no Eki roadside station. Michi no Eki are non-expressway rest stops with attached food courts and souvenir shops, highlighting points of pride for the local community. A lot of times you'll find handicrafts such as traditional dolls and textiles or locally grown fruits or teas. At Wakasa Obama, though, you'll also find caricatures of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Yabari Obama ine. Obama te ine. Ione. Oh, man. Can I just buy your drawing of Trump? Oh, that's funny. Though their political careers have been characterized by stark disagreement on nearly every possible policy, these illustrated versions have at least found one common sentiment, with the Trump illustration saying, Obama really is great, and Biden agreeing, yeah, great. And for those who want to declare their own love of Obama, there's the Obama Manju. My favorite part about it is that they just show the back of his head. Right? That's just something about that is so fucking funny to me.
The back of your
Manju,
head's not copyrighted, but the front is.
well, I think they have a picture of him from the front too. I just think it's so funny. Manju are a kind of traditional Japanese dessert, small cakes usually filled with onko, sweet bean paste. The Obama Manju, also called the Obaman, come 5 to a pack with the message I Heart Obama written in no less than 2 places on the wrapper. Also on the wrapper is an illustration of the familiar-looking head seen from behind. Masanuki assumed this was a coy way of making the references less direct, until he went to another souvenir shop where the Fukui, elsewhere in Fukui, and saw that there are also Obama Manju packages that are much more upfront about the product's inspiration. It's an obvious attempt by the town of Obama to capitalize on its 10 minutes / 2 presidential terms of fame. And with the pun-based comedy being part of their appeal, Masanuki figured their flavor probably wouldn't be much to write home about. Still, he decided to pick up a pack of 5 for 756 yen or $5.25, since he figured it's always better to have a gag gift dessert than to have no desserts at all. Curious as to whether his manju would have Obama's face on them or the back of his head, Masanuki opened up the package and slipped out the contents, discovering that you get both designs in a single pack. Oh! Wow. Each manju is individually wrapped for easier sharing, and once Masanuki had a pair completely open, he could see that they're actually quite nicely made. So nice. Barely even got it on there. Like, still, he kept his expectations measured as he took a bite, only to quickly find out his lack of faith had been completely unnecessary. The cake, made with yam mixed into the dough, was tender and moist, with the faint yet delicious enticing aroma of sake, and the anka was flavorful but not overly sweet. Even if you took out the pun-based name and visual design, these would be a great sweet snack. Great. The Obama Manju is delicious in a mature, relaxed way that's devoid of blustery drama or attention-grabbing shock tactics. And between its great taste and the fact that they're still being made and sold 8 years after Obama's second term ended, they'll probably be available for some time to come. If you'd like to try them for yourself, but a trip to Fukui isn't in your near future plans, they can also be ordered online from Obama Confectionery. Wow! We could just buy them. I think I'd like to rather just go there, though, because I want that Trump drawing. All right. Any thoughts before we move on?
Nah.
Nothing.
New image of Reese with hair when?
Obunga was an inside job.
Random could use hair assets too. I think he wants you to generate an eyeball with hair. LOL. The treatment for hair loss is cope, right? Yep. Especially when you lose it on your balls. All right. Suruga-ya confirms Visa and MasterCard blacklisted from adult purchases in Japan. In a move that many are calling a long overdue stand against American payment processors meddling in Japanese content, Suruga-ya has officially resumed credit card payments for adult products, excluding both Visa and MasterCard. As of June 5th, Suruga-ya announced that customers can now purchase adult-oriented merchandise again using JCB, Amex, or Diners Club. Notably absent, I love how American Express is still accepted, right? Notably absent is Visa and MasterCard, which are explicitly listed as unavailable for adult content purchases on the store's official payment policy page. The ban appears to be permanent, or at least indefinite. The change follows a blackout period beginning May 19th, where Suruga-ya's adult product listings vanish without warning. Taro Systems, the back-end provider for Suruga-ya's EC platform, confirmed that this suspension extended to all listings and order functionalities related to adult products. Marketplace sellers were told via internet messages that discussions with providing companies, i.e. payment processors, were ongoing. By May 29th, Suruga-ya began tentatively relisting adult products, and now, with the June 5th announcement, credit card functionality is back, just not if you're using the two American giants who have, in recent years, pressured companies like DL Site, Fantia, and Melon Books into modifying or outright removing problematic content. Visa and MasterCard have been increasingly aggressive in demanding Japanese platforms censor sexual or offensive material to retain payment services. Creators and free speech advocates alike have condemned the trend as soft censorship, a backdoor tactic to regulate legal content without needing any laws passed. Several Japanese sites specializing in legal adult-oriented manga and doujinshi, Manga Library Z, DL Site, Fantia, Melon Books, Toro no Ana, Unext, Fanza, Nico Nico, Getchu, have recently seen Visa/MasterCard effectively freeze payments, reportedly under instructions from global brand offices to protect their image. Japan's adult Manga Library Z was forced to close in November after payment suspension, and others have had to remove Visa/MasterCard options and rely on alternative payment methods. Bitcoin! What? Near creator Yoko Taro slammed the development, calling it a security hole that endangers democracy itself, arguing that using financial power to filter legal content sets a dangerous precedent. Ken Akamatsu, founder of Manga Library Z, also warned that this creeping moral pressure could eventually target non-erotic content, stripping Japanese media of its unique charm. Japan's decision to sideline these Western companies when it comes to adult content may be one of the first major pushbacks against this kind of financial chokehold. Instead of censoring, they simply cut ties. It'd be interesting to, I don't think it would do you any good because you wouldn't be able to use it in most other places, but it'd be interesting if you could get a Japanese credit card, right, to use outside of Japan as a way to increase the Japanese economy by having your credit be owned by Japan, right, who is currently suffering from, stagnating wages and all that stuff. It'd be interesting to see how that could work if this continues outside of Japan, right? Any thoughts?
I think it seems to be the trend. They should stop it though.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it's nice to see them come back and just say, no, fuck those card providers.
Yeah. One of these countries, either Japan or America or the EU, although I don't think the EU would ever do it, should force them to say, like, you have to facilitate, like, you are a monopoly, you have to facilitate purchases. Unless there's like actual convicted criminal behavior that would remove someone's ability to do business with them. I don't think that they should be able to arbitrarily just say, we don't like the content.
Yep, I
It
agree.
is absolutely insane. Like, it's just like, oh yeah, you can't buy this, and it's just like, well, why not? Compared to, like, and we've looked at it before. Like, the people who are strong arming this are the ones who've got, like, CP and all that in their back.
Possibly, yeah. Old man says, I've heard banking is incredibly hard for foreigners in Japan. Trash Taste podcast talked about it. Maybe might be hard to get a bank account especially if you're not a Japanese citizen. Okay, you're sending that to. Okay, gotcha.
Wow.
What's wrong?
ChatGPT actually kept the same style this time. as the image I gave it to change the prompt to. Hold on.
Is it
This
weird
is-
that your arms are more tan than your eyeball? Like, it makes sense, but
Believe it or
also
not,
looks
my
weird.
arms are more tan than my eyeballs.
Yeah, that's why I said it makes sense, but it just
Oh.
it's kind of weird.
It
I
gave
don't know,
me
man.
You
ears
are
too.
just an eyeball.
My
Yeah.
eyes are pretty tanned. One might say they're black.
Oh, damn. You got black eyes.
Well, that's not a spherical eye anymore.
Well, we'll squash and stretch it back to a sphere. I don't know. It just seems like you're wearing a wig.
Did you specifically ask for blue hair?
No, I did not. I just said divot hair.
It just understood Reese and who he was as a
I
person.
just told it to keep the style. Just take off the hat and give me hair.
Are you guys ready for this?
No, we're not ready.
Okay. I'll give you a second then. While I
One.
down the
Okay,
rest
we're
of this.
good.
Ooh. All right. Bank, credit cards, even getting a phone is a pain for foreigners, is what they talked about. The most annoying thing they said is if you have any problems, you have to do it in person. Yeah. Especially if you have any tattoos. They're like, nah, Yakuza, get out of here. All right. Fukuoka woman arrested for drunk bicycle riding. It's a more serious crime than you think. You don't hear much about DUI charges involving bicycles, which is funny. My boss's son got a DUI for this exact thing. And on the one hand, it's funny, but on the other hand, you're like, it's really fucked up that choosing to ride your bike home from the bar instead of taking your car still gets you punished, right? Like
the only thing that I can kind of see the argument for is
right out into traffic.
Yeah.
If legally, like, a bicycle is supposed to be on the road,
It's not.
like most people
He's saying
will
like
ride
a
a
bike
bicycle.
lane.
Well, I mean, most people will ride a bicycle on the sidewalk, right? But legally, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to ride them on the road, regardless of if there's a bike lane. You're supposed to be on the road.
Reese,
And so,
hold on. Kotuchi says it looks good, but I think you need to tell ChatGPT, no, these are supposed to look scraggly like pubes.
I think I'm out of generations for the day.
Sorry, go ahead, Randy.
so if by law
Mhm.
the bicycles are supposed to be on the road, then you don't want someone drunk riding a bicycle where they could potentially fall over and into the path of a
regular
car.
bicyclist could do that too.
Well, yes, but it's more likely that a drunk person is going to fall over on their bike than a non-drunk person.
It would be funny if driving you would get a DUI, but riding a bike you get DUI and public intoxication because you're not enclosed in a vehicle, right? Like, because if you just walk home, don't you even get in trouble for that in the US at least?
It depends if you're being a nuisance to people.
Hmm.
And also sometimes what'll happen, well, from my understanding, not having experienced it, but it is my understanding that if you are walking home and you're clearly drunk and you're having a hard time, sometimes a cop will pick you up and take you and put you in the jail, but like they're not charging you with anything.
They're just sobering you
hold
up.
you,
Yeah, just so
for
you
the
can
night.
sober up.
Just to keep you safe.
But I do think that, like, I don't know what the rules are, but I do think that the DUI charges for bicycles should be far less severe than cars.
I love this.
Because the odds that you're going to kill someone are a lot less.
Cool
Except
Tiji
you're
says,
going to kill yourself, potentially.
can scooter and skateboard get DUI? What about rollerblades and those heel wheels shoes? Like, I love that. It's like the cop is just following this person who's drunk Like, man, I'm gonna get you. And then all of a sudden, there he goes. He's using his heelys. You know, like the alarm siren goes off.
I think again, I don't know the law, but I would just like coming at it rationally. I would think that skateboards, the non-electronic skateboards anyway, rollerblades and heelys would all be sidewalk.
Yeah, but the thing is
like,
that you
meant
can
for
be arrested
sidewalk.
for public intoxication as well, right?
Yeah,
Meaning,
public intoxication.
if
If
you're intoxicated enough that you can't ride the bicycle straight, you probably also can't walk straight.
No, I don't think so.
I would say it's a little bit easier to walk than to ride a bicycle, considering you have to continue the speed,
Pedaling.
right?
But also, like, you can stumble home. You
bumps in the
can't
road.
stumble, walk, or ride bicycle home, right?
You can.
Because if you're wobbling on your bicycle home, you're now a threat to the traffic, right? Because not in that you'll do damage, but in the fact that you may cut in front of someone and be killed yourself.
Or you might fall.
Yeah.
Like, any number of things could happen that would.
Whereas if you're walking and you stumble, you're not going to die.
If you stumble,
you'd be less likely to die.
Yes.
Right? Well, I love this though. They say you don't often hear much about DUI charges involving bicycles, but despite not being as potentially destructive as their motorized counterparts, bicycles are moving at fast enough speeds to cause serious injury. Perhaps it's just because the police's attention tends to be on other matters that drunk cyclists manage to slip under the radar unless they're doing something really conspicuous. This brings us to the 21st of May, when a 38-year-old woman was arrested for drunk bicycle riding while riding down Fukuoka City's Rocket Park Street, which, despite its dynamic name, is a fairly quiet residential area. At about 10:30 p.m. on the same day, the woman was spotted by an officer in a patrol car riding her bike while vomiting at the same time.
That's some multitasking right there. They should have given her an escort. Come on.
Seeing that and worried about her physical condition, the officer called out to her to offer assistance. Her reaction was to flee the scene on her bicycle. So the officer gave chase, and after stopping her, administered a breathalyzer test. Found to have a blood alcohol level about 4 times the legal limit, she was immediately arrested. At first, she denied the charges.
Are you looking out for any drunk bicyclists on your street?
My child in the front yard.
Why are we looking at your breasts right now?
He's just showing off my banana shirt.
Why are we looking at your banana? Jeez, don't put that on stream.
All right. Sorry, my daughter was in the front yard and I was trying
Where'd you get that banging banana shirt anyway?
Target. During gay month too. All right. So anyway,
that shirt's actually a dog whistle. You better take it off.
Yeah, better take it off. All right. Her reaction was to flee the scene on bicycle. So the officer gave chase without stop, and after stopping her, administered a breathalyzer test. I'm about to be arrested for operating a podcast while intoxicated. Found to have a blood alcohol level about 4 times the legal limit, she was immediately arrested. At first, she denied the charge, but perhaps after sobering up later on, she confessed that she was on her way home after drinking beer at an izakaya. Police are currently investigating how much beer that was.
What does it fucking matter?
Many of the readers of the news online were so unaccustomed to hearing about someone getting caught drunk bicycling, they wondered what would happen to this woman. Getting caught drunk cycling is some advanced drunkenness. If she'd only just stopped her bike and went into the trees to throw up, she'd be just another drunk person. I'm a little impressed she can ride the bike while vomiting.
Next time she's gonna try doing it on it, we're gonna
The
say,
mental image I have is that in order to stay upright on a bike, you have to be pedaling and you have to be going kind of fast, right? So I just imagine barfing on the wheel and having the wheel fling it all
Right
back up in the air, right? Oh. Does this affect her driver's license if she has one? The penalties for even operating light vehicles drunk are severe. Just don't do it. All she had to do was get off the bike and walk, but I guess she was too drunk to even think of that. Can you imagine the smell? I wonder if it was erupting like the merlion. Oh. What is the penalty for this? Fine? A ticket? I was wondering. Hello, Chloe. All right. Get inside before you hurt yourself. Oh, she actually listened for once. All right. I was wondering about the last one myself, so let's take a look. According to Japanese law, anyone found operating a bicycle while demonstrably too intoxicated to do so, regardless of their blood alcohol level, is subject to a prison sentence of up to 5 years or a fine of up to 1 million yen.
Jesus.
Damn. The fact that she was puking while riding would probably satisfy the condition of being too intoxicated in this instance. Often, if the person shows remorse and is a first-time offender, there's a fair chance this will end up as a suspended sentence, allowing her to go free as long as she doesn't do it again. However, an interesting caveat to this law is that many accessory charges apply much like they do with drunk driving. Gonna steal her bicycle. For example, if the Isekai was found to have served her alcohol with the knowledge that she would use a bike afterward, they are also liable and could face penalties of up to 3 months in a prison or a maximum fine of 500,000 yen. I'm sorry. The woman gets 1 million yen fine. You only get 500,000? Accomplice, right?
Enablers.
Excuse me, sir. I'm required to ask if you will be operating a bicycle before serving you. And as we reported earlier, laws regarding drinking and biking recently got even stricter. A revision to the Road Traffic Act made cycling under the influence a crime punishable by up to 3 years in prison or a maximum fine of 500,000 yen. To be charged with this, one only needs to be caught riding a bicycle with a breath alcohol content of 0.15 milligrams per liter or more. Is that the same as the 0.08 blood alcohol? Is that milligrams per liter?
0.08 is for is for cars.
Yeah, but is that milligrams per liter?
Yeah.
Okay. Or more, roughly equivalent to less than an hour after a single beer for an adult male. Wow. Needless to say, Japan does not play at all when it comes to drinking and bicycling. Even though arrests for it seem to be rare, they do happen, and you do not want to be on the receiving end of these charges. So just play it safe and stumble home on your feet like an honorable, law-abiding drunk. Sorry, but after reading all this, I just feel like I need another drink. That's more than I should have.
Incentivizing drinking.
Mm-hmm. Look what you've done, Japan. Should have let her go. My grocery store recently locked all the whiskey behind a cabinet except for that. So I'm stuck drinking the peanut butter shit. Smells amazing. Tastes like disappointment. All right. Anyway, Hokkaido police refuse to acknowledge theft that really seems like a theft. I haven't read any of these. I hope they're good. Unfortunately, not technically being a theft won't bring the victim's car back. I'm sorry. Oh, I got to read these. Will chat get charged for drunken AC? Don't tempt me. AC isn't aware of the gas station that got sued for a drunk driving. I think it was in Texas, coincidentally. No, I didn't know that. When will we get the drunk suitcase? Oh, you mean riding the suitcase? Cool 2T. Fund us. Get me to do the podcast trip to Japan, and I will drunk drive a suitcase for you on camera. In some states, you can ride a horse home drunk. Well, a horse is autonomous to itself, right? You don't need. It goes back to the barn, right? It doesn't need you to tell it how to get there. I will get suitcase driving drunk, and you will get charged. All right. Unfortunately, not technically being a theft won't bring the victim's car back. Just as I was getting over thinking about how fraud was a strange thing, it turns out old-fashioned theft can be pretty tricky stuff as well. At first, it seems as straightforward as someone taking something that's not theirs. But life has a way of coming up with complicated situations that can make even a theft not seem so black and white. In May, a man living in Yoichi in Hokkaido Prefecture came home to find that his car had disappeared. Luckily, he had a security camera set up that caught the entire incident. During the day, a man and a woman drove to his house in a small truck crane. Oh, is that what you just call that? Often known as a eunuch in Japan. Why? If anything, it has the dick, right? Known as a eunuch in Japan. They rang the doorbell and spoke to the man's father, who is in his 90s and reportedly suffering from dementia. They told the father, "We're here to pick up the car," and handed him 10,000 yen, $69. Giggity. The father accepted the money, and the pair got to work hoisting the car onto their truck. About 30 minutes later, they had secured the car and drove away with it. When the man saw this, he was shocked and appalled that people would take advantage of his father like that, and reported the theft of his car to the police. However, upon telling them what happened, the police responded that they couldn't accept his story as a theft report based on the evidence at hand. Since the father had accepted money in exchange for the car, it could be seen as a legal transaction rather than theft.
That's unfortunate.
It's supposed to be a flip phone with a keyboard.
Oh, it's a laptop?
It's a flip phone.
Oh.
Does it have a keypad?
Yep. I like all the apps. Why don't you take that and show your mom?
I already did.
Why don't you show another room over there? Close the door on your way out.
I'm gonna go. I'll show Eli.
Great idea. And close the door while you're on your way out. Thank you. Father of the Year. All right. Anyone hearing this story would probably agree that even if it isn't technically theft, it certainly isn't lawful, and there should be something the police could have done. Online comments about the story concur. Quote, "But if the father isn't the owner of the car, that can't be, that'd be hilarious. They arrest the father." Those two must have done their research to know about the old man's condition. The police should at least investigate where the car was taken so they can figure this out. Something's wrong with the law. So it's legal to buy whatever you want for however much you want from someone with dementia? If he has dementia, the sale is invalidated. The police should do their job. I guess it's more like fraud. So isn't that enough for the police to do something? Unfortunately, if this was to be considered either theft or fraud, some form of intent would have to be established.
Getting a car for $69?
Yeah. Looking at the facts alone, I mean, I don't know what kind of car it is, but it doesn't look like a piece of shit. Looking at the facts alone, it could be equally possible that the two people were offered a junker for 10,000 yen by someone else but they just made a mistake and picked up the wrong car. The father's condition put him in no position to correct their mistake, and off they went. If that is the case, then they would likely give the car back right away and apologize if asked by the owner. Taking a situation like this to a more clear-cut extreme, it'd be like if you were a police officer and someone told you, "My brother stole my car." Your first instinct would probably be to at least ask if they try to get it back before jumping right to arresting the brother for theft. So it would seem like the police's position is that the man first attempt to get the car back before he could be considered before this could be considered a theft. On the other hand, it certainly doesn't seem fair that he should be tasked with playing detective in tracking down who these mysterious truck operators are. The police really ought to at least look into this a little bit, as the potential that a crime has been committed exists. That being said, maybe it is for the best that safeguards like this are in place to prevent the police from having carte blanche to investigate anyone they want on gut instincts alone, even if all our guts are telling us something is not right with the case. What the fuck did I just read? Jesus.
I don't know. Go back to the bicycle story. Unless anyone had anything to say about that story.
No.
Yeah. So, okay. The son should have done his job and get power of attorney for his dad. The dad might be the only one going to jail if he pays taxes, if he doesn't pay the taxes on the transfer. Maybe.
So what were you going to say about the bicycle?
So it says a breath alcohol content of 0.15 milligram per liter or more, roughly equivalent to less than an hour after a single beer. That's wrong. I don't know where they're getting that. Well, I'll just say I don't know where they're getting that. So I looked it up. It's I assume the States is the same, but for Canada, the legal limit is 0.08.
Yeah.
Right?
0.08, yeah.
That's not milligrams per liter. That's
good.
100,
I can buy a breathalyzer for only $11 on eBay.
That's 100 grams per milliliter. And so I asked ChatGPT to convert that to milligrams per liter, which is what it said, right? Milligrams per liter.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be 800. So our alcohol limit is 800 in that unit. So there's no way their limit is 1.5. That'd be insane. That'd be like...
This says 0.08 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood.
Yeah, and that's grams, whereas there were milligrams per liter.
Yeah.
Which is insane. So if it's 1.5, that's insane. That's like you breathe in some hand sanitizer and you're blowing the limit.
What is the legal limit of blood alcohol in Japan?
It's 0.03 from what I Googled.
0.03% or 0.15 milligrams per liter in breathalyzer terms. So is 0.08 in percent in the US?
Yeah, it is a percentage, yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
But it's a percentage of it's 80 milligram, or sorry, it's 80, or it's...
How does that compare to the US?
It's 800.
0.08, nearly 3 times higher than Japan's limit. It's because they're Asian drivers. They already have a disadvantage.
So it's a percentage, but it's 0.0 grams, which is 80 milligrams per 100 milliliters.
So, according to ChatGPT, it's not grams. Wait, no, I lied. Where are we?
I still don't get where they're getting the 1.5 from.
Yeah, ChatGPT says it's 1.5 milligrams per liter. Yeah. Anyway, that's interesting. How about this? Japan cutest Lolita character is a dad of 2 and a singer. Says girly look makes music softer.
Didn't they make like a manga about this where the dad was like a VTuber? Except in
Yeah,
this
it's
case,
called South Park, where Randy became Lord.
The
Lord, Lord, Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord.
A Lolita-style singer and father of 2 in Japan believes dressing up in feminine clothes makes his music softer. Big yikes on those eyes. Oh my god. Takumi Tani, 47, who is known for his outfits and vocals, has more than 20,000 followers on social media. Lolita fashion is a subculture and a style of dress that originated in Japan in the 1990s, and it is inspired by Victorian and Rococo styles. Tani started learning piano at the age of 3 and later studied vocal performance in Liverpool, England. After returning to Japan, he became a vocal coach. In 2005, the band Jikendai Marmot was formed in Tokyo. Tani was the lead singer / songwriter and composer. Oh dear, that's a face. He first encountered Lolita fashion at 34 while working as a part-time model. One time, when a female model canceled, staff asked Tani to step in and wear a Lolita dress. He was hesitant, feeling it was inappropriate for a man and father to wear women's clothing, but agreed. Tani looked so striking that staff said he appeared even better on camera than a female model. Oof. They're trying to brainwash him into being trans, like the furry guy. According to Japanese media, good.
Finster?
Yes, Finster. Well, I mean, I was talking about the furry thing we were reading earlier, but
the
yes,
furry guy, yeah. But
Finster did get brainwashed into being trans or whatever. According to Japanese media, Tani has always been petite and hoped he could look more masculine. Oh. But it was not until he wore a Lolita dress that he found real confidence. My petite body, delicate features, and soft temperament all became my greatest strengths, he said. The former traditional rock singer's identity card shows him with pigtails. Yikes. Tani's early music leaned toward traditional rock, but after embracing Lolita dress, his music became softer and more expressive. Quote, I found it easier to write songs about emotions, to express love and gentleness, he said. One of Tani's anime music cover versions has racked up more than 50,000 views on social media. One fan said, quote, I was stunned by your beautiful appearance and voice. Even though I can tell it is falsetto, your singing is still powerful and moving. I envy your kids. They have the cutest Lolita father in the world, said another.
Wow, that's
wow. I look. Who do you look up to, Timmy? Not my fucking dad. Tani's mother even helps him pick out dresses and has told him, quote, do whatever you want. But his lifestyle has not come without challenges. He once faced sexual harassment on the underground by someone who mistook him for a girl. I love to see how that went down. Yeah. Oh, you fucking harasser. You made my dick erect. He always opts for multi-gender bathrooms to avoid misunderstandings. Some netizens criticize. So does he just walk around like this now? This isn't like a gimmick he does just... Okay. So yeah, you're just a cross-dresser now. Okay, great. Some netizens criticize his appearance and say he does not look like a father, adding that his daughters might be bullied because of him. If my daughter ever said she could not accept it, I would stop wearing dresses immediately. Man, the damage is done, bro. Like, don't act all like high and mighty like you would sacrifice everything for your kid. They've already taken the beatings.
Yeah, they're already traumatized for life.
Tani's story has attracted wide attention on social media, and one online observer said, quote, a dad in Lolita dress is no less than a dad in a suit. Real courage is being true to yourself and living with pride. Wow. Wow. All right, that was an article. Moving past that. Indian man in Japan arrested on charges of using curry spices as a weapon in a robbery attempt. What in the G Gundam fighting moves is this? Right?
Pakistan, no, it's curry powder.
Would the OCA podcast go into the black should the host follow in the footsteps of this dad? I don't want to find out. Reese, put on your magical girl persona.
I don't want to.
Oh. Guess we'll never get into the black. You've driven me to the drink, son. Spicy tactics used in attempted theft over a 7 million yen, police say. What is that, $49,000? In many societies, food is one of the first touch points people have with foreign cultures. And so in Japan, mentions of India will almost always bring to mind thoughts of curry and other aromatic examples of Indian cuisine. Oh, I thought they were going to say of India, which would be an insult. So it's both startling and yet also sort of within imagination that an Indian resident of Japan has been arrested on assault charges in which the weapon used was cooking spices. I like to think that he's like an Indian ninja, but he's kind of like fumbling it, and he goes like, and like blows the spice into the enemy's eyes to run away and disappear in a puff of curry, right? At around 3:20 in the afternoon on March 14th, Pi Day, a 52-year-old Japanese man was walking on the street in the town of Yoshikawa, Saitama Prefecture, when he was approached by a group of 4 Indian and Nepalese men who, according to the Saitama Prefectural Police, attempted to steal the business bag he was carrying. Rather than brandish a knife, baseball bat, or any other of the melee weapons used by criminals in firearms-strict Japan, the attackers instead smeared powdered cooking spices of the sort used in curry, according to the reports, on the man's face and into his eyes. Well, man, I mean, count your blessings. Some people in India wipe with their hand. Right? It could be worse. In an attempt to blind and incapacitate him. The victim was able to fight back, though, hanging on to his bag and yelling loudly until the attacker gave up and fled the scene. It was a pretty brazen plan, but the would-be robbers apparently had reason to think this could be a very big score for them. The man they attacked is the president of Dispatch Worker Staffing Services Company, which one of the attackers, a 31-year-old Indian man who lives in Ibaraki Prefecture, was an employee of at the time. Oh. On that day, the president was in Yoshikawa to make salary payments to workers dispatched by his company, and apparently make such payments in cash, and so had roughly 7.8 million yen, or $54,000 in cash in his bag. Investigators believe the attackers knew the man would have a substantial amount of money on him while he was in Yoshikawa, which is why they decided to make their move in the middle of the afternoon. The victim was taken to the hospital where he received medical treatment for conjunctiva inflammation of the eyes, but does not appear to have suffered permanent vision damage in the attack. The Saitama Prefectural Police, using security camera footage, have identified and arrested the 4 men they believe were involved in the attack on charges of assault and attempted robbery. Wow.
Here's some pink eye for you. Butcha.
I don't know what to say. I feel like we've had some real stinker SpongeBobs in the last couple of weeks, but I'm dumbfounded. He passes, so I don't think they will be bullied. Plus, it's for professional purposes, not pleasure.
I mean, he was walking around. Like, if it was professional, you'd think at home.
He
at a
wouldn't
concert.
need the gender neutral bathrooms
Yeah.
if he wasn't doing it in his daily life. Yeah. All right. Anyway, anything else you guys want to talk about before we call it a night with one of the shortest podcasts in recent memory?
Still pretty long, but we ended it pretty early because we got on pretty early. So
Started pretty early, ended pretty early.
Are you gonna end it all?
Yep. All right. Good night.
Okay. Good.